So interestingly as well for the Apex Predators team, Alex was meant to be running to the end of the race, but he said that they're probably going to put some of the faster guys back in. So we might be looking at possibly Danny getting back in the car towards the end of the race, and that's obviously we'll see where those guys can start to haul it back up to. But that may
It's their
be
best chance, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, that might well bring it out of reach for the Marlin Motorsport guys, but they're still trucking along, doing an incredible job to keep going in this very long race and still maintain track position.
Just a note on the race leader, has just completed 200 laps. We're on lap 201. Tom Wedgwood at the wheel of the number 0 Butler Powell Motorsport Porsche. 5 hours and 8 minutes remaining on the clock, and not a hint of weakness in sight in that car.
And if
back to the battle for third, we were talking about there, Chris.
Yeah, well, I was actually just going to go back to there's two cars very close on track, fighting. Well, one of them is in position 8 and one is in P13. Got Denzel Clark in Loosey Goosey Racing under a lot of pressure from the Dart Frogs Racing guys. They are not letting them past, so they are obviously racing for position towards the end of the race, not necessarily on the track at this moment, but they are side by side coming into Beckett's. And just does not let him go this time round. So the Dart Frogs Racing team currently in P8.
So this is with the Loosey Goosey car, isn't it? And
flashing away down the straight, trying to get him out of the way.
Finally gets it done into Stowe. The Loosey Goosey car still running a very strong third in class there.
And then he peels off into the pits.
Oh, blimey.
So it just shows how much you have to race right up to that pit lane line. That he was so desperate to get past, even though he was, you could just sit back and wait. But if you're going to lose, a second or two, when you're only 6 seconds behind your rivals, only fool's game in 7th, that's the sort of thing that makes a difference over a stint.
Just a little word on the 8th place NRG Racing Audi in the silver class lead. Lost a couple of places to the cars it was fighting. Still a very healthy lead in class though, so nothing really lost there. But seems to have lost out to the Only Fools Gaming, and I believe the ESR as well. And I think the Dart Frogs car was ahead of it as well just before it came into the pits. So. NRG Racing not running up as high as they were before. Sam Watley back at the wheel of that car, and another man we should give a big shout out to for his part in organising this event.
I think it's amazing how they can be so involved in the organisation and the running of even the sessions and still be taking part in it. I doff my hat to them. Speaking of endurance, my boom arm mic just decided to have a bit of a wobble on me. So, the technical errors continue with not only the drivers, but in my commentary box as well, Chris.
Ah, you're fine. I wouldn't have even noticed. So, the golden rule is always to just ignore it.
Carry on as if nothing happened.
Yeah, exactly. Just on that Apex Predators car, we reckon Danny Henney will be back in that McLaren at about 6 p.m. So another stint from Carl maybe, and then Danny to take back over. He is just keep the car within 30 seconds of the Marlin crew, and he'll do the rest. Okay, well, bold words from Danny Henney, but kind of justified. He was leading most of the race for the first couple of hours, really, before he handed over the car. And so Danny's certainly got a lot of work to do. And this is what we talk about, the importance of having, it's no good having just one quick driver who can put in a good lap time, you need all of your drivers to be on that level. And so while Danny was able to compete with Brad and Luca early on, we've seen that car not able to maintain that pace throughout the race.
Yeah, and it's just, I think it just goes to show the stunning pace of the top two teams, really. And, you know, they have I think it's about a minute up the road. Only a minute up the road, Chris, to be fair.
Yep.
So it's, you know, over the course of 6-7 hours. It's not all that far in the grand scheme of things. One mistake, and, you know, if we get Danny back in the car, you know, he's going to be right up there on pace. So yeah, I think it's certainly podium potential here for the Apex Predators.
Oh, for sure. For sure. We're looking at an intense 3-car dogfight, I think, in the closing stages of this one, depending on how the strategy sort of plays out. And you know what's interesting as well is Luca's very slowly closing that gap to the Butler Power Motorsport Porsche as well. That gap's come down to 52 seconds. Obviously, you know, we're going to see that slowly pan out over the course of the remaining 5 hours, but you know, it's not done and dusted, is it? You know, that you can never say that with so much of a race still to run.
Absolutely, we've all seen the final lap problems, because I was at Le Mans at the corner where the Toyota ground to a halt on the very final lap of the race, right in front of my eyes. So, because obviously they were going for their first ever victory at Le Mans, and you know, everybody was very happy for them. They'd run a fantastic race, pretty much, you know, good reliability through till then. And obviously, sitting in the stands, you don't necessarily get all the information that you would do on the telly. So we were sitting there thinking, looking at our watches as the car stopped in front of us, going, is he thinking it's stopped a lap early? Well, the whole crowd was shouting, "Come on, get going, get going!" And yeah, it was absolutely terrible to watch, particularly as the Porsche then went blasting past to take the victory.
Well, of course, the
so
WRT, the WRT crew know all about that. They had a 1-2 on course in the LMP2 category at the most recent edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and it was the lead car that ground to a halt on the last lap.
Yeah, that was the Robert Kubica car, wasn't it?
It was, yes. Robbie Kubica and Yi Fei, and the third driver, I forget, unfortunately. I know Yi Fei because I worked with him last year, and it's not something you bring up when you first meet someone, is it? You're like, oh, so that time you came within, you know, 6 kilometers of winning Le Mans.
Oh, that's crazy, isn't it? And you're sitting there with your heart in your mouth for them, and you don't just know how much work has gone into it, and for it to all unravel on the last lap, which is why I actually fear for the NRG boys, just in case, because I know they're cutting it very fine with their fuel.
Yeah.
And, it's not the first time that would have made a difference.
I would just say, we're starting to rack up incident points here. More than double of the Butler Power Motorsport. 17 for the Butler Power, 41 for the NRG Racing Porsche. And that's just getting into a territory where I think you need to be careful here. We've got 5 hours of a race still to run. Plenty of time. You know, that's just under half race distance. And if you carry on at that rate, you are very much at risk of that stop-go penalty, which could well decide the race.
Yeah, because not only decide first and second, but also put him into the clutches of losing that second place to the Apex Predators or even the Marlin guys. Because, you know, a stop-go penalty is probably going to cost you, what, 45, 50 seconds? Something like that.
Yeah, so it's not really, my understanding of it, it's not a like a 10-second. It's literally drive into the pits, stop in the box, and leave immediately. So there isn't like a big hold, but certainly something you want to avoid. So I think we're probably looking more at like 30 seconds for the stop go.
even so, you know, at the end of a 12-hour race, to lose it on a penalty for the off tracks is not what you want. So yeah, those guys are looking a little bit in danger there, as along with the Ferrari 488 of the Red Foxes, who've actually got 47 now. So they are looking pretty dangerous as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and how many times have we seen like the Spa 24 hours come down to a second? You normally get multiple cars still on the lead lap in races like that. Yeah, we talk about Le Mans. Le Mans is won by a number of laps, whereas GT3 endurance races tend to get determined by seconds. And yeah, after Spa 24, for example, you get like 7 cars on the lead lap still, which is pretty nuts. And little things like that can make a huge difference.
It can indeed. And looking back down the field with your incident points, we have someone on 72. Who is that?
Oh yes,
that is
the Nelf
racing team. Yeah, and the ESR Blue Whales are just behind on 69, so they're imminent to get a penalty. And as you said, Chris, it's after that, it's every 40 points after that, so you're going to be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah. NRG Racing Ferrari, by the way, back out on track with the repaired body work. Barry Kemp at the wheel of that car, the one that Spanners was racing earlier. That's cost them 10 laps. So that's the car that is now running 24th and last.
And as you said, Chris, it is definitely not completely fixed, because I can still see that tyre poking out, but it looks like it's maybe a bit more drivable than it was before.
And this is where you're strategically using your fast repair, really. You know, do you trust that you're not going to bin the car in a bigger fashion later on in the race, or do you save it knowing you might well have a big crash later on because you don't know what's going to happen next? So yeah, well, luckily going on board with him, he's driving down the hangar straight with the wheel perfectly level, so that's a good start anyway. Yeah. Good start.
It's kind of what you want. Although, interestingly, I don't know if you ever watched much oval racing, particularly things like the Indy 500, where, of course, they set up their wheels to be crabbing down the straight as well.
It doesn't look right. I can't get my head around it, but so that third place battle, by the way, starting to close up a little bit. Carl Power 2.5 seconds from the back of the Marlin pair in 5th place there. So I have no doubt that when he gets up to the back of them, he'll sort of draw into the pit. There he goes, right on cue, into the pits comes Kyle Power. And I believe it's going to be one more stint from him before Danny takes over for a bit, or maybe even does the remaining 4 hours. We've seen other drivers doing the quadruple stint, so it wouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility. Now there is a fair share of driving rule that each team must adhere to. It is a pretty loose one, though. It just means you can't have your guy come in and do 10 laps and then that is contributed to it. You know, there is a fair amount, but it's not something I think anyone's going to fall afoul of, because you would have to be pretty extreme with it to actually trigger that penalty.
Yeah, that's it, and I think they've all done a good stint now in that car. So you're right, Kyle is staying in the car for this next stint. I think they will see how long they are stationary for as to whether they take tyres. In fact, he's just lit up the tyres. He's coming out of the pits now, so I think, would that be a tyre change? I don't think they've had enough time in there for a tyre change this time around.
49 seconds, that's just fuel.
So he comes out still in 5th place. He's got enough of a gap behind. He's about 5 seconds back to the Red Foxes Ferrari.
And now this may be what is able to get him to jump maybe one of the Marlin cars, because we've seen the pace has been better when you undercut. Although maybe you're relying on fresh tyres, though. We've heard the guys saying the tyres is more of the determining speed factor than the fuel load, for example. And if cars just come in, put a buttload of fuel in, but not taking any tyres, then I would imagine the Marlin crew are going to just eke out a bit of an advantage in this phase of the race.
I would have thought so. If you're going to get 2 or 3 laps out of it, a bit further for the Marlin guys, then I think they will hopefully emerge ahead. But it's going to be close, because as you're saying, he was only 2.5 seconds behind when he did duck into the pits. So fine margins count, particularly as they are just passing some back markers there. You've got the Chile VSR team in between the 2 Marlin cars now. Hopefully they don't cost them too much time.
Mikkel Hulk from I believe it's the Nelf crew, saying if we can't win the race, we'll be the first to get to 75x, and they are pretty much on course for that at the minute. I'll just check actually.
They have some stiff competition from the Blue Whales squad on 69, so only 3 behind. Going to be a tight run to that 75.
Mikkel's part of the Blue Whales crew, excuse me.
Well, in that case, he's got to get his elbows out, because the Nelf
got to do a
racing
bit
guys
more.
are going to beat him to it.
Yeah, you've got to catch up a wee bit there. You got 3 to catch up on, and then get on with it. I mean, it's not surprising to see some of the guys towards the rear of the field with more incidents. You know, the implication being that they've been involved in a crash or something, and that's why they're at that point. Chris, I believe I've overextended my stay in the commentary box for this section of the race. So I will leave you to it. I believe Spanis has just finished up his stint, though, so he can keep you company for a while. But I'll hand over the keys to you.
Thank you, Chris. So yeah, time flies when you're having fun.
It does indeed.
It's just going by, isn't it? So Spanners, you've just popped out the car. How was it for you battling with trumpets for a while?
Yeah, really interesting. Of course, you have to remember that me and Matt are in the same stable, so he was kind of like the other car. So it's a bit awkward because, okay, so different tactics. He's a lap down. But also, like, I was just a little quicker than him, which is not always the case in GT cars. So when we caught up to those cars, we were both being held up, but he didn't quite. So we never really battled. It was more of a polite request from his side, actually. They said, are we holding you up? And I went, yeah, I mean, maybe.
Yeah, the husband and wife dynamic that you guys have got going on there is definitely going to help you out. I was just saying you don't want to come together because the podcast afterwards, next week would be a little bit.
Yeah, it was a bit of a no. It was a bit of a no-brainer, that one. Matt was at the beginning of the stint. He was unlikely really to.
Yes, it would be a very interesting dynamic that you had. Now, just to divert your attention very briefly to the track, because we do have a battle for 8th and 9th place. We got the Dark Frogs racing team being hotly pursued by the JWR team. Lucas Raskovitz there is a rapid driver in the Formula 3 cars, and he is only 3/10 behind.
What's the Dark Frogs racing driver called?
I'm really glad that you asked me for that, because it's I'm going to call him the Frogman, because conveniently we're going to move away from that battle.
I think it's Jespersen.
Yes, well, we don't have to worry about that, because the JWR car has now gone into the pit lane, so conveniently we can move on from my awful pronunciation of names.
You dodged a bullet there. So obviously looking around the track now, some of the cars are going to be creeping up to that 75 for sure, because the conditions are slippy. And I was just saying to the guys in my stint, so I was managing to go around in like two twos, which looking at the scoreboard here, looking at everyone's last lap, I'm pretty pleased with that. I'm pretty pleased to have been running around in two twos.
You were definitely on the pace. Yeah, there was only a couple of cars in the 2s and 201s, the top two, but rarely would you see anybody.
201s. Yeah. And this is what I said handing over to Michael, is that you just got to give up in these conditions because you haven't got the bite. You just got to give up 10, 15 meters on the braking point and just accept it. It's more about carrying the speed. But if you've spent the whole of the session going like diving, like V'ing a corner, it's quite hard to then give that up and go, no, you just got to brake later, come out, open up the corner a little bit more, carry the speed. And I was noticing the cars around me, even cars that we were a lap down from, that I was unlapping myself from, no big deal, bit of a flex. We're just not doing that, and then you could see they were just getting real scruffy. They're arriving at the corner just without the grip they need.
Yeah, there's a few more incidents happening as people aren't necessarily adapting as well to the conditions, because if you've been out of the car for 4 hours, jumping in, it's going to feel very, very different to what you were used to. And you get your muscle memory as you're driving through a stint, and you go, right, I can do this now. And then you jump in 4 hours later when the track's a good 5-6 degrees hotter, and the car's a little bit more worn, you're a little bit worn down. It's going to take its toll.
Perhaps we should have a look at him towards the end of his stint. He's up behind. Well, it might be nice to get an onboard with trumpets and see what he's doing with his steering wheel as he overtakes. I think he's unlapping himself from Loosey Goosey Racing.
Yes, the Loosey Goosey guys with Denzel Clark in that Lamborghini.
I find Matt's driving style actually quite aggressive. You'd think he's quite a calm, slow-paced guy. You'd think he'd be like more smooth like Kyle, but he can actually be quite aggressive on the wheels, soaring away and arriving hot.
Which is an interesting tactic in endurance racing, because obviously you've got to keep those front tyres as preserved.
Yeah, he might be pushing on, but look at this. He's getting alongside Loosey Goosey Racing in exactly the wrong place. It's nearly impossible to do anything into that Maggots-Beckett's complex, and all he's done is guaranteed that he's lost 10 meters going through there when he's the faster car. You want to give that up really and see if you can get a run down here into Hanger Straight. But there you go. He's made a fool of me with this run. Does he go inside, outside? It's good defending from the car on the outside. I think he's entitled to, given that he's a lap up. I don't think there's any problem there. And it's hard to go around the outside with these. I think because the weight and the lack of downforce, the cutback is your only real solution. And then you're just on the the wrong side here. Matt's he's letting through. No.
Oh, he cut back into the pits. Yeah, he had to make big.
I've done that in real life, in a less fast car than that. But those Silverstone pits, they creep up on you because it's not the end of the lap really. It's like 2 corners from the end, and I think I ended up doing an extra lap instead of diving. I nearly dived across someone, and then best not. No, because they're not pleased with you then, because there's cars waiting at the pit exit to get out for the next session. You've been called in. And you're like, sorry, my first day.
Yeah, this is it, and particularly obviously for guys as old as us, I'm still used to the pits being on the other side of the track, so that could be a problem if you went into the wrong pits in the endurance race if you're just acting on memory.
So Matt's got Jason Williamson up ahead of him. It looks like he's actually catching him at the moment. Obviously, he's a lap down. But it's so hard to follow. If you see on the onboards, if he gets close, which he seems to be doing, he's doing 204s at the moment, is Matt. But when you get, say, into Cops, those GT cars are so big in front of you that you don't know where the braking point is. It's quite hard. Sometimes it looks like you're making a lunge, but all you're doing is trying to see where you are on the corner.
Yeah, exactly, because as you say, they're a big looming beast, and you've got so much less visibility in one of these GT cars than you do in an F3, because you've got obviously the roll cage and the dirt build up on the screen and all that sort of thing, and you're very much struggling to see. And if you've got a big car, particularly something like the BMW ahead of him, which is a little bit bigger than some of the others, then you're definitely struggling to see where your points are. And of course, if sometimes you start actually using them as your reference, so when they brake, you brake, and that sort of thing. But the problem with that is that you can get very easily drawn into an accident. If they make a mistake, you can make one too.
So just looking at Andy Flagg, 1.8 seconds here behind Drillsma, but they've got Daniel Cook in between them. Who's the faster of these two at the moment, do you think?
Well, it's interesting because they've been going kind of with each other the whole race long. You know, they've not been separated by more than about 3 seconds since the flag dropped. Typically, the blue car with Dobbelsberger has been in front of flag, and I think, you know, they've been playing a little bit of tactics to try and fuel save with the slipstream.
Rubbish.
But
You're just too fancy, way too fancy.
but they have been making, you know, 1 or 2 laps extra than a couple of the guys in front of them even. So, you know, it has been working for them. But we'll see what difference that makes at the end. But yeah, as you say, he's got a car in between. They've been playing pretty nicely with each other. I don't know if that's going to last into the final hour of the race. We shall soon see. But here he goes down the inside. Does Andy Flagg on Daniel Cook in the offline racing team. But yeah, now they've got a bit of clear air in front of them. They've got the hole straight up to Barry Kemp ahead, which we were saying you must be very pleased to hear what happened to Barry in the NRG Penistone Oil team.
Okay,
they were
so
your immediate competitors.
I'm split on this. I will say, and you're not going to believe me, my genuine first reaction was disappointment. Because we'd been hunting them down, and whenever I'd been in the car as well, you know, I'd made up ground on both Barry and Colin, and I was really enjoying that battle. So to see them suddenly kind of disappear, what happened to them?
Well, it was very sad. They actually hit the pit wall, made an exit on a mistake on the exit, and speared across and damaged their front right corner. And
Who was it? Who was it?
Oh, yeah, now you're asking. But it was yeah. So they were crabbing down the straight. You know, he was holding the wheel about 10 degrees to the left as he was going down the straight. So they actually pitted. They decided not to fix it. Did one lap and then came back in.
Yeah, so we did notice a bit of stuff going on, and we were kind of like just quietly like, okay. Well, do you know what? You know, part of it is disappointment, but do you know who didn't crash into the pit wall on exit? Team Turnip. Well, we deserve that place.
Oh, absolutely. No, you guys are doing fantastically well. You've got you're actually placed with trumpets now because you're in 16th, he's in 17th. There's about 35 seconds between you, so in fact your whole stable's running together now.
Yeah, Matt's going to hit first out of that and drop back behind the Chile team with Lachlan on there. So yeah, we're running about bravely, and I think I don't know what's happening to the Danes up ahead of us, but I've got a feeling they might be a pit stop behind. And it's a shame. Well, it's a shame there's such a gap to Denzel and Matt Cook and Daniel Cook. I think we could have taken the fight to all of them. So if any of them do have a bit of a drop off or a bit of an issue, I'm pretty confident we can get on the podium maybe for the silver.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
So
what's
going on up front? What's going? Oh, I see. So NRG have just pitted from the lead and they're giving it back to Red. So they're still within a pit stop of each other.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So it's about the gap before this was about 55 seconds, something like that. So just under a minute. They've kept it relatively peg, and you know, Luke is back in the car now, so he's setting some pretty good lap times to keep it in. But kind of the relentless pace of the professional Butterpal motorsport team is something to behold, and it's going to be quite hard to stop them up the front.
So apparently we're at the top of the MacMillan Gamers board for raising money today. I'm trying to just get an update, but we are doing incredibly well for the cause. And Brad's stream has been raising 500 quid or so the last time I checked in, and I haven't seen our running total. But if anyone is listening to this, we are raising money for MacMillan Cancer Support. It's going to affect a lot of us. I'm very selfish. I'm 41 years old. I'm hoping we've got cancer licked before I get to that kind of it's all about the kids. No, I'd rather there was like definite cures for it in the next 10-15 years. So let's please donate to that cause. You're in that age bracket as well, Chris.
Yeah, that's quite sobering, isn't it? But yeah, it's one of those things.
I didn't get it like that. Sorry, I think about that. Come on, let's get that cure sorted. I want to die an old man. I want to die an old man just yelling and being cranky at people.
Yeah, absolutely. We're all looking
more
to
so
that.
than now.
But no, it is.
Seriously
It's
though,
definitely
we do a lot of stuff with Dr. Andrew Holding on doom scrolling, remain indoors, and whenever I get a chance on radio. He's a cancer researcher at Cambridge University, and to them, the drive for funding is relentless. People like him should not be spending their time trying to raise money, trying to submit for grants, justify what you're doing. I get that, but it should be easier. I've always said we should just nominate a town full of clever people, like get rid of Luton, concrete it over, and turn it into like full luxury paradise for biologists, specialists, people who are advancing science, and just give them whatever they need, like fresh turnips every day.
wow. You have very low ambitions in terms of what you need to subside. But yeah, that would be a great idea. And you know what? I think everybody who works in that sort of field, whether it's advancing science to try and actually combat these conditions at the source, or whether it's not forgetting the wonderful people who care for people who are kind of hit with the horrible news that they have cancer, and supporting them through that initial kind of scary phase to not knowing what's going to happen, through kind of the diagnosis and treatment and beyond. And it's those people are have a wonderful heart, and it's anything that we can do to try and support them.
You're making my thing seem a bit selfish now that you've said it like that. But please go and click the link, and if you can, chuck a tenner in and help us. I mean, we set an arbitrary target, but really it's just we want to be able to put our hand up and say, here's our small part in the fight. So get back to the racing, I guess. Kyle Power, I want to just get on board with Kyle a little bit, because I want to see his driving style. Kyle is the driver that I emulate. So I steal his data all the time. Any chance I get to steal his data, any chance I get, and I believe we're on board with him now, any chance I get to just watch him on board like this, I take it, because he is just so smooth. It's one movement. I bet he shows me up now, but look, there's no hacksawing at the wheel. Look at it. Look at that precision. It's all one movement. Once he starts going one way, he's going that way. There's no, clawing at the corners. And I really do try and emulate my style on this Chris, because it's smooth. He's comfortable on the tyres. He very rarely bins it.
Yeah, and it's very well suited to endurance racing as well. That smoothness is very impressive and very difficult to achieve, I must say.
I was scared it was going to be commentator's curse, but look, he's absolutely showing exactly what I mean. Look at that, just winds it on, winds it off, very gentle on the inputs, and
it's throttle input as well, and braking input you have to be smooth with, because it's they all link into each other, and that'll pay massive dividends for him in terms of tyre wear and heat as well, because if you get the tyres out of their operating window, you start then scrubbing across the track and actually making it even harder for yourself. So being smooth does really pay dividends over a stint.
Yeah, so let's just talk about the braking while we're here. We've got time, haven't we? We've got time to talk about the braking. No one's scrambling over to hurt each other at the moment. Actually saying that, Tim Ellis is right up behind Denzel Clark, and I believe that is for position. Had a back marker just go out of the way, so hopefully we can get on board with Tim Ellis at the moment, who's attacking through Luffield, and this is for 13th place. So we've actually got an on-track battle here for position. Tim Ellis is gold, Denzel Clark is silver, so it's the gold driver behind. But here's what I was saying about cops, Chris, is you just can't see where the corner is, and then you can't tell where they're going to brake. I was behind a car, I was unlapping myself, and I swear, I don't want to use the word brake check, but my goodness, there was some irregular braking going on. And you just don't know if they're going to do that.
That's
so it's so hard.
Cops is a hard enough corner as it is, because you've got to really thwing it in there, and it's the apex isn't easily visible from where you're sitting. So, having somebody looming large in front of you is not the easiest. But as you say, Tim Ellis here trying to get in the slipstream going down the Hanger Straight, he's not going to manage it this time round. And,
do you know what? It was Denzel Clark. That's who I was talking about earlier. Who was having some interesting braking points. But I think it's more like you've got someone behind you as well. You're hyper aware of them overtaking you, and what they're doing behind you.
We've got Luca Harrison in P2 in the whole race coming up behind this battle. So that's going to be interesting to see.
Oh, that's interesting. So I
Yeah.
had pace on Denzel, and I would say Tim has pace on me. So but it is very difficult to overtake here. It is not a given, and especially now this is for position. They'll both be beating their chests, I think, ready for this scrap. And you say, who's that Harrison behind, and who's that behind Harrison? That's not Andy, is it? No, it's not Andy Flagg. He's way behind. We got Luca Harrison and Alan Curtis. Okay, so Alan Curtis. The thing is, I don't think Alan Curtis is a competitive pace compared to Harrison. But if Harrison gets held up by these two, then we're going to get gummed up with 4 people. That could be fun.
It is, and as you say, they're all fighting over different bits of track. And
there's my car behind.
Yeah,
there's my car. There's
so.
Mike Stoner there behind, and Kyle, who we were watching, all behind there as well. So we're going to have some action here. All starting with Tim Ellis and Denzel Clark. Where are they on track? Are they going past the pit lane, past the start-finish straight now?
Yeah, past the old pit lane, so up into Copse again. And with these cars at the moment, at this point in the race, overtaking is becoming increasingly difficult because, looking offline, particularly you can see through Beckett's, you're just starting to see the marbles just creeping in, and that's something that's simulated very well in this.
I hate it, and I never consider it well enough. I never think about it, and I go over to overtake and go, how come I can't? How come I've lost traction?
Yeah, a move that worked in hour 1 isn't necessarily going to work in hour 7, so you do have to be very careful. And Luca Harrison is definitely breathing all down their necks now. He's got the
I'm watching on board with Luca now. I think watching on board with Luca to see what happens, because I think Tim's hit a bit of an impasse. Like I said, I found Denzel very challenging to overtake, and in the end, they let me by. Oh, yeah, there we go. On the inside.
Yeah, down.
So I ended up going on the team radio and speaking to their boss and kind of going, "We're holding each other up. Do you really want to do this?" Tim won't have enjoyed that.
No, absolutely. So yeah, that's brought an end to that little fight for now, as they've got the gap between them. But it's all now about. Yeah, well, Denzel's got to be smart here and see where he can let Luca through.
Yeah, let it through super quick and get straight into the toe. That would have been a decent place, actually.
Yeah, exactly. Because now he's going to have to blend out on the run down to Woodcote or even Brooklyn, sorry, and lose a bit of top end. So he's got to be careful that he doesn't let himself fall into.
So I would be pressing the pass left button here, pressing the pass left button and letting him fly down the left. But yeah, again, so now what you're going to have is you're going to have a fast, fighty Harrison up behind you going into Copse, and it's just not a good idea.
Yeah, Copse is not a place where you want to be going side by side with somebody. So here we go then, Clark coming down the old pit straight. Is he going to get it done this time? I don't think he's close enough. He's not going to let him by, so another lap behind him. This is costing the P2 car some time. Yeah, absolutely, because he's not really defending it, but he's not. He's probably having to watch his mirrors quite significantly just to make sure he's not going to get in the way. But through Beckett's here is probably one of the areas where the NRG car is much faster. You can see him crawling all over the back of him now, and surely this is where he's going to get it done.
So we'll see his intent now as we're going down. Is this the hanger straight? So yeah, look, no real attempt to defend here. So I think this is the point where you go, okay, you have it inside Stowe, and I'll try not to lose time.
Problem is though, he has lost time because he went a bit wide there. But luckily Tim Ellis as well wasn't quite hooked up to go into it. So he has kept the place and status quo. Fight back on. So apart from iRacing spanners, have you had any experience of endurance racing before this weekend?
So my general philosophy is just do several shorter races. That always seems the most logical thing to me. I've never really kind of got it, but the team element is pretty cool. Like everyone's had a nice day, and they've allocated the day to it. They've been talking tactics all day, spotting, being involved, and like your stint is like the least of it. So I really enjoyed the day. I don't know. I still don't mind a sprint race. But the only experience I've really had is endurance karting, and it's similar. You've got the team on the pit wall. Commentary can be very interesting, can't it? when you've got 12 hours to fill. Thankfully, we've got a big team. But yeah, it's different. It is very much the test match cricket of racing, and you have to be exactly in the right mood. You know, it's a buffet. It's a meze. It's not a snack.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, the thing for me, particularly with GT endurance racing, is that you've got areas of intrigue all through the field all the time. So there's always something going on. It's just fascinating to watch. And you know, you got the sights, the different sounds of the cars with their different engines howling away. You've got people, as the drivers change, you've got people going up and down the leaderboard. It's just a wonderful thing. And one of my favourite memories is sitting in the grandstand at Le Mans with a baguette and a beer in my hand, just watching the cars go by, and you just get this serenity with the noise and the sun setting. It's just a beautiful thing. So it always takes me back
you're just describing being outside, which I get it. It's good to be outside. Catman likes being outside.
I do. I like being outside with some cars going past.
I've got me too. Actually, I've got a request though. I've got a request for the camera crew. If we can get on board with Tim and see if we can demonstrate the difference between what we was talking about with Kyle and Tim Ellis's driving style. Both very quick drivers, but if you look at Tim, he's constantly adjusting his wheel through the corner, going, was that it? Can I get a bit more bite? Was that what? No, open it, bit more, taking a couple of stabs. He's going to prove me wrong as well by being super smooth, isn't he? But generally, it's a nice contrast in styles. And I never quite know, is it Kyle leaving something off the table because he's not taking these stabs? Or the guys that are very active on the wheel taking too much out of the car and risking too much. Yeah, again there, look, through Brooklands, a couple of stabs. Sorry, not Brooklands. Yeah, Brooklands. Yeah, a couple of stabs there on the exit, on the entry, even a couple of stabs at it. And let's see. Yep. Yeah, you can see there's a lot of oscillation, a lot of back and forth as he's trying to pick, right, how much understeer exactly do I have here and what can I get away with? Whereas Carl seems to pick a line and an angle and go for it.
Yeah, so I liken this to my driving test. When I got in with my instructor, within 5 minutes he said, "You race go-karts, don't you?" And I was like, "Yes." He said, "Because you're hacking away at the steering wheel. You just need to turn in once and just leave it there." And I said, "Well, in that case, I'm a very bad go-kart racer because that's what I should be doing."
I've seen very good drivers making lots and lots of little corrections as you go through. But it's interesting just to see the style and the differences, and I'm glad both of the drivers we went on board with did demonstrate what I was talking about, so that's good.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, look at that, through Stowe. Yeah, through Stowe, yeah. He his first step attempt, he suddenly went a bit understeery, opened it up a little bit to get the grip back, and then gave it another go.
Yeah, so all of this will be costing tyre life. So in a sprint race, it's not necessarily as big a deal because you're not necessarily tyre limited, and you can have a hack away to try and get those minutiae of tenths of a second, thousandths of a second even, to try and catch your rival, which obviously he's clearly very intent on doing with the car in front. But during an endurance race, when towards the end of the stint you're going to start to struggle, where 35 minutes into a stint probably now for these guys, so just over halfway through their stint, you're going to start losing that tyre life. And if you're, this is maybe why some of the guys up the front of the field who are very smooth can do this double stint without too much kind of incident, compared to some of the ones further back who are trying to chase those extra little bits of grip around the circuit, and putting the power down maybe a bit earlier. And he's getting a bit close there through.
Well, that was interesting. He's clearly got a better run, but sometimes you can't really do anything because the car that's gone a bit too wide is coming back to the country. You take two apexes through Luffield, and if you're the car in front, even if you've gone a bit wide, as long as you get back to the second apex, you're being very inconvenient to the car that's taking it brilliantly.
Oh, absolutely. And there's a good number of lines through that corner, and one of them's better for defending, one's better for attacking, and it looks spectacular, but as you say, they tend to come out both the same gap at the end. it's an interesting circuit to go endurance racing on, because there's not really anywhere to relax, is there? You know, you're at Le Mans, you're sitting down the straights, and you could be there for 30 seconds just going, right, okay, I need to focus on the next braking point. But here, it's just, you know, full on body battering, left, right, oh, right, I'm into the next one. You know, you've not got an awful lot of time to get your head in the right place.
I definitely thought about food and what I would be eating and making sure I had a bit of strength in me. Yeah, you're right. Especially as you come to that final segment, you've got the Vale and Club. Which one is it? Is it Vale first and then Club is the right-hander?
That's right. So Vale is the chicane and Club is the right-hander.
So Vale is the whole chicane. Oh, okay, I've been saying it wrong all this time. But yeah, you come through there and your whole, and then you have to hang on through Club, and then you have to hang on through Abbey, and then you have to hang on through Turn 2, whatever that's called. And then as you get into Farm and Village, again, it's very intense. And then you get a bit of a rest, and then you got Brooklands and Luffield. Again, very... It's a bit... Yeah, you're right. I did come out of the... I was sweating a bit.
Yeah, it is definitely quite full on. But, you know, the home of British motorsport, I wouldn't have had our first endurance race anywhere else. I think we're having a fantastic time as we're now 222 laps in, with just under 4.5 hours left to go. It's certainly been yeah, I know, we're ploughing through it. That's
8 hours in.
Yeah.
Oh, time flies.
4 hours 23 left.
Time flies when the kids and family have all gone somewhere else and left us alone.
This is it. I'm hopeful that my wife will have put them on the TV for a while so that they could watch. But you know, who am I kidding? They probably don't want to.
I'm going to be right back. I'm going to see if I can get someone here for us to chat to.
Yeah, sure. So just taking a look through the field, we still have this battle going on between Loosey Goosey Racing with Denzel Clark and Offline Racing with Tim Ellis. He's only half a second behind, still going
so
there.
I'm hoping. Oh, sorry, Chris. Sorry, Catman. It's twice I've just looked at you. I'm hoping we can get a word. We've got our very own Rich Moulding, who's been our race controller for F3 and has done actually the majority of it today, which wasn't the plan. Hello, Richard.
Hello, how's it going?
Yeah, good here in comms. We've been analysing driving styles. We're watching Tim Ellis trying to hunt down Denzel Clark in Loosey Goosey Racing. How have the drivers been behaving themselves? We were braced for a lot of action. We've got a lot of systems here to monitor driver behaviour. We've had a long discussions about the suite of available penalties. And in the end, the one chance you had to give someone a proper penalty when they smashed our car, and you bottled it.
Well, I feel you might have been a little bit biased in the sort of penalty you wanted being handed out there.
Yeah, I know. That's why I went to you for the decision, because I was like, kill him. Murder,
Yeah,
revenge murder. That's it.
I'm honestly surprised you didn't jump into race control, push me to one side and say, no, I'm determining this one.
Well, I could have gone race control, we need a decision, and then answered it myself. Yeah, okay, we're just investigating that. Good luck, Barry. But Barry has apologised for that. It was probably on the border of, but like I think your decision, you said to me it was not malicious, which is actually a really good trait within our community in general. Is we very rarely have flashes of anger that lead to a punt or anything like that.
Yeah, I think that one was just sloppy. I mean, we've had a couple of sloppy instances where people have turned into the apex, forgetting, oh look, there was another car beside me 2 seconds ago. Maybe I should check before I turn in. But I mean, for the whole race, so how long have we been going? We've got 2/3 of the race done now, and we've had about 10 instances that race controllers actually had to take a look at.
That's really good.
Which is kind of a bit annoying, because I don't know if the director can cut to, he should have a camera on me and the setup that we've got here. So I'm sat here in front of 6 screens in my spare room stewarding this, and we've used all of this technology for just 10 things we had to look at.
I know. The best... There we go. Oh, we've got you wave at your camera, Richard. There, we've got a stream on. There might be a little bit of a delay there to your camera and your stream. But the main takeaway is that our wives are always very impressed with these great setups we do.
Yeah, although I have had Chinese takeaway delivered to me, so I'm not doing too badly.
Nice. And driving standards in general, what were the things we were really looking out for today?
Well, it's definitely being respectful, not turning into people, basically leaving racing room So I think we saw an incident actually very early on with a couple of the leaders where there's some accusation of, oh, he didn't leave me enough room, but one driver was, one driver wasn't. So that's really what we want. I mean, nobody's deliberately crashing. That just in our community is awesome. Nobody's deliberately going to punt somebody off. You don't get rage punts. This isn't a PlayStation. It's very professional. But in the heat of the moment, people maybe lose their spatial awareness a little bit and forget to leave enough space. So that's kind of the main thing we look for.
Yeah, at the very worst, we get maybe the odd professional foul, the odd escorting out to the edge. And it's worth saying that we don't quite subscribe to the way F1 do it at the moment, where you can drive it. I hate it when any of them do it. You can just drive a driver to the edge. We do like racing room.
Absolutely. And I want to give just a little call out here. So if you still see me on the TV, then we've got here this screen here. This is a fantastic display of something called iRace Control. I just want to say a little shout out to Richard Hibbs and Christopher Tonheim, who are the authors of this awesome bit of software. Which, if you're an iRacer, you can get yourself iRaceControl.com. It's free. It's something for the community. But what this has given me is, as well as a moving map you can see here and a timing screen, but most importantly, every single instant that happens here. And if you're not familiar with iRacing automatically ascribes instant points, which is what the comms team have been talking about. So a 1x if you go off track, a 2x if you have a spin and lose control of your vehicle, or the deadly 4x if you make contact with another car or another car contacts you. So we've been looking at every single 2x and 4x and adjudicating on those. But as I've said, there's been a disappointing lack of 4x's. I've been a bit bored, to be honest. I've just had to listen to Chris and Chris, who are frankly keeping me awake because they're doing a great job.
Oh, I do like one of them. I really do.
The best Chris, I'm sure you like that one.
Brilliant. Thanks for that, Richard. And I hope that you've got. Well, the mature thing to say would be I hope you have not a lot to do, but I'm hoping for carnage towards the end so we can win the silver class.
Well, I mean, I've got one investigation underway because Team Tomato are being looked at for being incorrectly named as a vegetable rather than as a fruit, because they're part of vegetative state racing.
It goes on salads.
Sure, well, the thing is, we're checking the rule book whether they can be considered a vegetable or a fruit, because there might be a disqualification there for them.
If it goes on a salad, it's a vegetable. I will take this to the International Court of Appeal. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Richard Boulder in Race Control.
What's more likely to happen is you'll threaten to appeal that and then come to some sort of agreement with Race Control.
To get him sacked, to get Marlin sacked. That's right. Otherwise, I'm never doing one of these again unless they sack him.
Is it?
So Ellis he's fully parked behind Denzel, isn't he? And I feel like he's getting a bit more aggressive now, so I'm going to keep my eye on it. It definitely feels like he's trying to get on the gearbox and force a mistake from Denzel there, which I think is dangerous, because I think he is actively defending, if that's the right description. He's not passively defending. This is an active. He's thinking about where he's putting his car. He's thinking about where he's braking. And now Tim does have a run down the hangar straight. So what is Denzel going to do? Very good. Puts his car in the middle of the track. Lets Tim decide. Goes down the inside. Now Denzel goes all the way to the outside, but he's forced him to have a very narrow line, which leaves him vulnerable to a cutback. So that's what Denzel will be hoping for now. But it's going to have to be a dive bomb round the outside into Vale. He's actually broken early, so he's going for a cutback now, and I think he probably knows that is him cooked. And I think from here, Ellis is going to stretch his legs and go away. But it's still close enough, because you do get a little bit of a toe. It's not a huge amount. You do get a little bit of a toe here. So if you can stay close and maybe dive down the inside of turn 3, that's an option, because what you can do is you can carry more speed into turn 1, not worry about going over to the left. But then Ellis has done exactly the same thing, so that he's got a defensive line into there as well. A lot of people over open the lines into those corners. So you've got turn 1, and then people fight to get back onto the left of turn 2, because you've got that cut back into turn 3. But speaking to Philpott yesterday, he was like, don't even worry about it. Just go as fast as you can through turn 2. Don't worry where you end up towards turn 3, because it's only a short little straight to the next left-hander.
Yeah, and then it's all about positioning for that left-hander to fire yourself down the Wellington straight as hard as you can, and trying to defend into the arena complex and into village is actually a little bit easier than you might think, because the cars are on the limit of what they can do through that left-hander. So you're going to find it very hard to be able to actually throw one down the inside into there. You're probably better off setting yourself up down the Wellington Straight again.
So with that battle looking to be a little bit comfortable, do you reckon he looks comfy? Because we've got ESR Red Foxes fighting for position with only Fools racing. So they're on the same lap. They're within, it looks like a second of each other. And Thor Coleman is a bit of a Danish celeb in the Danish sim racing world. He runs a lot of the leagues. He's the team boss of the ESR, of the three ESR cars running, and it was frighteningly quick in the practice sessions. I don't know what he's running at the moment. He's running in the 202s, but I think his pace is being affected by being behind James Braid. So I'm expecting an aggressive charge here from Thor. I'd love to be called Thor. It wouldn't be right though, would it? If I was called Thor, I don't really have a Thor-like physique. I've got more of a, I don't know, like a Brian. Yeah, I could probably be called Brian.
Kind of spanners and hammers going at it there, but yeah, the Red Foxes team have been doing really well today, and they've I think the Only Fools Gaming team are going to be, I don't know, you could call it sitting ducks here, really. I guess I was trying to think of a Thor related pun but couldn't come up with one in time. But they do have some traffic up ahead of them.
They're about to face the Thunder.
Yes, Ian Murdoch is in front of them, and they have been closing him in. Murdoch's last lap was a 2-minute 10, so compared to their 2-minute 2s, so they are definitely going to be involved with him by the end of this lap.
Oh, you can see, look at Thor's lines are just much more comfortable at getting. That's my line as well. I'm just exactly like Thor. I like to get quite tight in at Stowe, get braked early, get pointed at it early, and then take my time so that I've got a nice turn in. So I'm rotating the car very gradually through Stowe. Whereas if you look ahead at what James was doing, he took a wide line out and tried to take like a late exit.
Yeah, it's a more defensive line, isn't it? Do you think he's starting to feel the pressure?
No, do you know, I think it's just Thor being a bit smart. There's a little bit less grip, so you turn a little bit at a time because you can get a little bit of a grip at a time. You try and give it a big welly, a big hook over, and maybe you don't get that grip. So if you can just get the weight over the nose and just nibble away at that grip through a long corner. And I'm imagining he'll do the same thing here into Brooklands, down the Wellington Straight, take a nice early point into the left-hander. Oh. Yeah. No worries. So we're following Thor, and we're gonna stay on board to watch his pursuit of James there. And yeah, it's a wonderful line into that Brooklands corner we're talking about, because you are constantly braking and turning and just reducing the speed and turning slightly more and just decreasing the speed and then increasing the arc that you go in. And it's a really fine balance, especially in single seaters. You see the back ends whipping around all the time.
It is, and it's very difficult not to lock that front left, which, don't forget, towards the end of a double stint is starting to wear out as well. So you can do a lot of damage to it, like under-rotating the tyre through there. And here comes the traffic into play.
Yeah.
Murdoch is trying to move out of the way.
I think Thor's going to... I don't think he's going to... I think he's hoping that Murdoch is going to let him by. And I think that was a bit optimistic. But no, he's gone down the inside. And that, you don't want to understeer there, but he's perfectly in control. Again, well, we saw on the last lap, he was already taking a tight line through Stowe, so that shouldn't have been too much of an issue. And I found that as well, because my line's quite tight through Stowe. When I've had the chance to overtake down the inside, it's not really much different, because all I'm doing is going for that inside curb as quickly as possible.
Yeah, there are, as you say, a different number of lines through there. You can take a late apex and be able to get a better run out of the corner, but sometimes as you're going through the stint, your line will change depending on what the grip levels are. So he's managed to get it down to below a second again. I think he lost a little bit of time behind the other car there. So the Only Fools Racing team with that lovely yellow BMW still, for now, ahead of the Red Foxes Ferrari. Just a quick check-in at the front. So the gap has been coming down a little bit. Luca Harrison has now got it below 50 seconds. That's the first it's been like that for a number of hours, and that's a good thing for them, trying to see if they can get back in the hunt for overall victory. And then we have a couple of minutes behind the leader, we have the 2 Marlin Motorsport cars. Alexander Dobitzberger at the wheel of the blue Marlin Motorsport machine, about 3 seconds ahead of Andy Flagg in the yellow Lamborghini Huracan. Looking back to Kyle Power, who was closing in on them at one stage, he's dropped quite a bit of time. We might want to check in at some point with the team and see where that time has been dropped, but he's now dropped to about 18 seconds behind the Marlin Motorsport cars. We'll have to see if there's a reason for that as we go on.
Just had to disappear and do some race controlling.
He got it.
So yeah, we see the 4Xs here. There was a collision between one of the JWR cars and one of our cars, one of the Chile cars, but it was into Stowe, and I when I looked at it, I didn't know which car was which, and it just happened to be the other car that I think done it. But the other car was sort of the more punished one as well. So in those situations, you hate to look at the circumstances. Hang on, he's getting told off now. And the action is now on Kyle Power with Apex Predators. Now, I think 5th is okay. I think they would have been hoping to get up and beyond the what's it called, the Marlin cars. It's 20 seconds, so that's nothing in it. You come towards the end stints and you go, well, who's saved fuel? Who's got a splashing dash at the end? Is that fuel saving from Marlin actually going to pay off, or will it have been faff for nothing?
Well, maybe, because if they've got a little bit of a lighter car towards the end, they might be able to keep that pace going. That being said, they do have their superstar Danny Henney about to step into the Apex Predators car at the end of this hour, so in about 5 minutes or so. So we might see them start to pull away slightly from the Marlin Motorsport guys.
So that's a pit. So we've got the leader has pitted. So I think it's worth watching NRG to see. They're going to take the lead, but I think they're quite near to the end of their stint as well, aren't they?
Yep. So usually you're going to see. Actually, interestingly, usually you see the Apex Predators guys in first. So they tend to come in a lap or so behind. A lap or so ahead, and then it's usually Butler Powell Motorsport just after that. The NRG guys are probably getting about 3 or 4 laps by now ahead of them, which again could come into play towards the end of the stints. And then you get the Marlin Motorsport guys coming on after that. So yeah, we're just starting to get the driver changes and the tyre changes coming in about now.
I might have made a mistake there. I don't know, my timing screens might have been out, but I'm looking at it. Does it look right to you that there's a 51-second gap at the moment between first and second?
Yeah, that seems about right. 49-50 seconds. It was just under 50 a moment ago, and that's probably the closest it's been for a little while at the front. But yeah, I'd say Tom Wedgwood doing a great job up front, setting that kind of metronomic pace to be still around the 201s, 202 marks for his laps.
And that they've not got the kid in yet?
No, yeah, I think he's due up fairly shortly, actually. Maybe not. No, this hour they would be having him in, because there's 4 hours to go.
That'll be interesting. Well, I think when he leaves the pits, we want to get straight on board with him and see what he's driving like, and to see what this kid is. It going to be? Is it win or bin? Is it wild? And what will they be telling him? Because they've got a commanding lead. Tell a 16-year-old, here's your pretend race car, but take it easy. That's the instruction that they might struggle with. Oh, and do you mind if we go back to the battle for 7th position? So we were seeing Thor being a bit more aggressive, but he is right on the bumper now of James Braid from Only Fools Gaming. And so I think we are going to see I'm interested to see how much of a defence James puts up, because sometimes there's an inevitable feeling as that relative box comes down and down and down. You put yourself under pressure. Oh, and he's pitted. He's pitted out of the way. All right. All right.
Yes, it's always the way, but don't forget, obviously, Thor will be probably following him in the next couple of laps or so. So that in lap is going to be crucial. Did he, with that gap coming down, did he loosen off the pace a little bit? Because he's thinking, this is the end of my stint, I'm coming in. But you've got to maximise the stint, and that includes all the way up to your pit box, and again on the way out, obviously, when you've got cold tyres and a heavy load of fuel. You're then looking at trying to make sure that you can get straight back on the pace as quickly as possible. And that, I imagine, is a pretty hard thing to do.
It is. We've got an interesting battle developing between our teams, actually. Because Chile is a team that was assembled late in 16th place. And just 4 seconds up the road is Mike Stoner in my car. Go, Mike. Just between those two, though, and here's the interesting thing, is 2 cars that are faster than Mike in the front car. So both Jan Brony is probably a little faster than Colin, making a move down the inside. They are fighting, I think they might be fighting for position, actually.
Jan Brony is in 9th in the Dart Frogs racing team.
I've misjudged that. But yeah, so he's faster. He's got through Colin. But if Colin catches up to Mike, and then with Lachlan catching up to those 2, Lachlan will be fighting Mike for position.
Yes, and that's going to be a very interesting battle. Is there going to be any team orders in your stable there, Spanners?
I might have to look at the fuel loads. But I'm not actually the team. I'm not actually the stable captain. That's EJ. Maybe we should drag EJ in and ask him.
Mike Lachlan is faster than you.
Hey EJ, you're in the comms channel. Is it an okay time to grab you?
Speaking to who?
You're speaking to the internet. So you're speaking to Spanners and Catman here. We're on the live stream.
Okay, yeah.
We just wanted to get your opinion on, because you're the team boss of VSR Racing with your 3 cars.
We got a stint coming up. Could you take that then? Because 3 laps more or something, then Mike is pitting.
Oh, and we don't have a driver?
That would be the thing, yeah.
Oh, I better go then. I'll see you later. See you later, Catman. See you later, live stream.
Good job you brought him in then. So
yeah. Well, I'm ready.
Cool. So yeah, we were just looking at your cars getting close together on track, the Turnip and Chili teams, and we were just wondering what your kind of tactics are going to be there, because obviously you don't want to trip each other up. Is there any team orders involved?
Yeah, we had a bit of a chat with the guys on the Chili car, and as they are in a position with a faster driver than ours, we will let them by. We have approximately 3 laps left on this stint, and if everything goes well, then we will, by natural course, don't get involved with each other, but otherwise we will let them pass as they expect one of their slower drivers to take the wheel in the next stint. And we've become slightly askew on our pit strategies due to the incident earlier on in the race.
Yes, and that sort of lost time does make a big difference to a strategy. So are you looking at having to make an extra stop, or where is it going to put you towards the end of the race?
Our expectation is that we seem to have found either setup or driving style that seems to rack up extra laps. So we've done some math, and our initial thought is that we might be able to do the entire race without extra pit stops, simply because we are racking up extra fuel per stint.
That's fantastic, and that's a credit to the drivers in there who are making a real effort to try and eke out that stint, so you don't lose all that time required with an extra pit stop.
Yeah, indeed. So we got just settling down on our own pace and trying to do our own progress, nice and quietly. So hopefully it turns out to be the right one.
Fantastic. And as we speak, we're watching the two drivers change places. So thank you for turning up on the live stream. I will leave you to it because, as you said, the pit stops are fast approaching.
Thank you.
So there you have it, live from the pit wall there. EJ monitoring the situation for the VSR team. And it's good to see those sort of tactics coming into play through the race. Speaking of which, the Turnip team is very much holding up the Only Fools Gaming team through onto the start-finish straight now. John Payne at the wheel of that yellow BMW. His next target is Colin Ward, who had the adventure with the pit wall earlier on, with Lachlan Holiday just in front of him in the Chile VSR team. Jan now in the Dark Frogs racing team has managed to get a good gap over the Only Fools Gaming team. It's about 3.7, 3.8 seconds now, which is a similar gap as we come back to the Marlin Motorsport guys up in P3 and 4, coming down the Hanger Straight. They're not quite in the fuel saving window yet, but they're starting to come back together. And Luca Harrison, who's on the same bit of track actually, is about 48 seconds behind Tom Wedgwood in the Butler Powell Motorsport team. We're coming up to the pit window fairly shortly in the next couple of laps. Expecting to see Kyle Power in the Apex Predators bring his car into the pits for the end of his stint, maybe in the next couple of laps. He dropped back a little bit from the Marlin Motorsport guys. I think he was showing promising pace earlier on in the stint, but that hasn't been able to be maintained quite as well. He's now 23 seconds behind the Marlin Motorsport guys. His last lap being a 2:04 compared to a 2:02 of the guys ahead, so he's lost a couple of seconds that time round. Maybe starting to feel the problems coming in at the end of the stint. I'm getting some information in from Alex on the team, who was saying that they only took one left tyre at the pit stop, trying to see if they could catch up that gap to the Motorsport guys in front, but that hasn't worked, and they've had a couple of stabs at different strategies to try and see if they can eke out those tyres, but it hasn't worked out for them. And he was saying that maybe they would be ahead if they just stuck to a base strategy of just trying to change the tyres. But you got to try and make these marginal gains in a race to see if you can get that victory. But there's not all hope lost yet. As I say, Kyle's got probably a couple of laps, but he's definitely struggling towards the end of this stint. I can feel the pain as those tyres are going through, as he's coming through the fast section at the back of the circuit through Beckett's just now. He's going to have to be lifting more than he wants to try and preserve that left front in particular, which will then hurt you all the way down the straight, because you're not going to have that same minimum apex speed as you fling your car down the Hanger Straight. And what will be a worry to him is the car behind Mark Greenow in the NRG Moist Racing car. That's starting to catch up with him, and it's going to be something that is looming in his mirrors. But as we say that, Kyle does then dive into the pit lane, get rid of those tyres. I think he'll be quite glad for that. And we'll see if we can get him into the commentary box after he's got out of the car. Now we're back to following Alexander Dobutsberger, with Andy Flagg in 4th just behind him. And on the track just behind him, though, is Luca Harrison, who's just about to try and lap him. So that'll be everybody lapped up to 3rd place. But as I say, the pit stop phase is coming shortly, so that is going to alter things a little bit. Harrison getting a little bit squirrely there through Beckett's, again being in the distraction zone, as I like to call it. Behind Alexander, it's very hard to see your turning points and your apexes if you've got a car right in front of you. We're riding on board with Luca at the moment, but we are joined in the box by Kyle, who just jumped out of that lovely green machine. Kyle, tell us how the stint went for you, because I was hearing from your teammates that the strategy didn't pay off this time around.
No, it didn't. We're struggling a little bit with tyre wear, really. Alex really struggled at the end of his stint, double stinting the tyres, so we took the decision with Scott to change the tyres on, midway through, like all 4 tyres, and we didn't really get back the time that we lost, so we tried with me to change just one, the front left, and unfortunately it made the car very unbalanced and not very nice to drive that second stint. I really struggled that second stint with my overall lap time.
Yeah, we could hear you with certainly your left front anyway, crying out in pain as you were going around some of the faster corners. But so as the race wears on, you're starting to, everybody's getting a bit weary in behind the wheel, and we're certainly starting to see some more mistakes going on. How do you manage your own mental headspace as you're getting towards the end of your stint to make sure that you're kind of keeping that metronomic consistency that's needed?
Yes, it's extremely difficult. There's a lot of mental fortitude and mental strength required. For me personally, I tried to get what I call my race plod, my safe race pace plod, and just drive to my pre-prescribed sort of pattern, as I was mentioned before when I was on earlier on in the day. So I just tried to do that and try not to zone out. I zoned out a little bit in that last stint. As I was fighting the car, I got distracted, talking on Discord for a while, and lost quite a bit of time. So yeah, it's about discipline. You can do little tricks, like I've got my even though we don't have them in the GT3 cars, I've got my visor tear off strip button, so I kind of press that and try to use that as a bit of a mental reset and try to keep getting back to my pattern. But it is very difficult after the end of a double stint. It's very difficult to keep the concentration up. That's what is so impressive what Brad did in the first stint. He did a triple stint. That's hats off for that.
He actually did a quadruple stint, so he was in for,
oh my god,
it's crazy. And he obviously
is a masochist.
He's a masochist.
Well.
But all the while he was talking about what socks he was wearing, and what socks the live stream wanted him to wear next. So the man's a machine.
Well, oh yeah, indeed. Well, he's got a brain full of ones and zeros, isn't he? Brad is digital.
Absolutely. So you now got Danny in the car. Are you expecting big things from Danny?
Oh yes, always expecting big things from Danny. Yeah, he's going to go out there now, and we're going to try and hunt down 3rd place. But we do really feel with this McLaren, I think it's quite heavy on its tyres. We are really struggling with tyre life. I was trying to look after them as best I could in that last stint, and I completely lost them towards the end. So Danny's going to attempt a double stint, I think, but we'll have to make a decision at halfway. But Danny is lightning quick. He's going to go, I think I left him with like a 22-second gap to close down. It was quite interesting in the first stint. I was catching those guys, and I think they were doing some fuel saving. So we're offset on strategy. So we're on a nice strategy that we're pretty happy with our strategy. It's just interesting to see if the other teams can eke out an extra stint and have to do one less stops. That's going to be fascinating with us and the Marlin guys as it comes to the conclusion of the race.
Yeah, that's it, because you're a good 3 or 4 seconds behind in terms of, 3 or 4 laps behind in terms of pitting. So, when I'm actually just hearing that Luca Harrison has dropped it, we'll hopefully get a replay of that on the stream. Oh, maybe not, but so what I can see is that he was just behind Dobbitsberger, and he actually just dropped it going through Beckett. So it's a big slide. Will have
Yep.
wrecked his tyres doing that, but luckily it's towards the end of his stint. He didn't quite make it into the barriers, so good news for him is they won't have any damage to repair, but I imagine he'll be scampering for the pits fairly quickly. But if you're
Yeah, he
going
would
for
have.
if you're going for fuel life and that sort of thing, then actually that may have just ruined that whole strategy that's been playing out over the last 6 hours or so.
Absolutely, his tyres are going to be toast after that. That was a big slide on the tarmac there, the track. So that's not ideal. But knowing Luca is a very talented young man. So if anyone can get it through to the end, it would be him.
Is so you guys are hoping for a podium. That's probably you're out the car now. That's it. You get to sit back with a beer and watch the race unfold.
Oh, absolutely. The fans on. I'm looking forward to getting my VR headset off and going to the toilet. At the moment, that's my first objective, and then pour myself a beverage. It may or may not be alcoholic, and then kick back and support the team and do what I can to help the guys in the car and hopefully bring home. Well, we've got a nailed-on P5 at the moment. We've got quite a large gap to P6 behind. And we've got a bit of a carrot dangle ahead with those Marlin Motorsport guys ahead. So let's go try catch them at the end of the race.
Absolutely, chase them down. And when you head off for a splash and dash, I hope you enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you very much. And I just have to say you guys are doing a great job on comms with the live stream and everything. And thanks for everybody watching and donating. It was brilliant.
He means make it.
Right, see you later, guys.
So I'm back in here, Catman, because I didn't have enough time to get. It takes me a long time to switch between commentary and race control positions, and then racing in the VR. So we looked at the time ticking down, and I've been punted to the 7 o'clock stint, which is all good. But I've got an amazing update. I don't even know if this is live at the moment, but as of 6 o'clock, we were at. And give me a second, because someone clearly did my push to talk as the up arrow. We are at 3,487 pounds, and I just did not see that coming. I did not. It's taken a jump behind my back, so thank you so much to everybody who's donated. We set an arbitrary target of 4,000, but honestly I just didn't think we were going to get anywhere close to that. Thought maybe we would be pushing towards 2,000 by the end of the stream. 3,400 is unreal, absolutely unreal. I've had my eye on race control, admin, making sure the teams are okay, doing my stints, and so the guys have just been, and you guys on the stream and Brad's stream have just been busy furrowing away in the background, and just amazing elves.
It's a wonderful package, and the team that we've got here that are able to produce this sort of quality content, and you know, to be able to get that many donations and that quality of thing is just absolutely remarkable, and I'm very happy to be involved at any level in it. It's awesome.
And I think we are the top current gaming, I guess. There's a leaderboard of gaming contributors or gaming causes, and I believe we're the top above Battle Cattle Games, so whoever they are. Oh, leaders pitting Campman.
Yes, so Tom Wedgwood comes into the pits. He's now going to be handing over to our young hotshot driver that you are so keen to see, Spanners. Connor Bell will be stepping into the car fairly shortly.
There's no way he's going to be good. He's so little.
He's so according to my information, he is an MX5 champion and races prototypes in Canada. So I think,
that sounds, on the surface of it, that sounds impressive, but unless they've got a fidget spinner to stop him being distracted at 16, 16-year-olds are terrible. Right, here we go. He's in the car waiting to go.
Well, interestingly, Kyle was talking to me just a moment ago about what he does to keep himself interested and going, and he was talking about pressing the visor tear-off button like a fidget spinner as he's going along, so that he has something
in real life to use the visor tear-offs that I would need. It would be like sticking out of the cockpit when I'm always, like, every corner, it's like a reward for getting through the corner.
Yes, I've managed it. Oh, there's another tear-off. So don't think of the plastic waste that would produce. You'd get it stuck in. Well, maybe that's it's a good strategy. It's like Mario Kart, throwing bananas behind you. You get it stuck in their air intakes, and they have to make a pit stop so that you can.
So when you do the Red Bull ring, there's quite a lot of cones out between turn 2 and turn. Yeah, as Conor Bell exits the pits with a couple of cars in front of him, so I think we're going to see him overtaking straight away. But yeah, they have cones on the track, and you can drive over the cones and throw them behind you like bananas in Mario Kart. So let's see who he's got up against. We've got Denzel Clark, who we were talking about a little while back, as he was holding off Tim Ellis, and in fact Tim Ellis in front of him as well. So they're locked in a battle, and we're going to see young Conor Bell 5. That's his driver ID, the 5th Conor Bell. We're going to immediately see his skills.
Absolutely, and he's got to be very careful not to trip over these two who are absolutely fighting tooth and nail for this position still, a good half an hour after it started. So, yeah, they're not necessarily looking out behind them, particularly as he's just come out the pits behind them, so hopefully their spotters will be on top of their game.
Yeah, Tim Ellis is 3 times as old as Colin Bell.
As Clark goes to the inside, he's made the move on Ellis, and now he's made it stick.
Oh, here's Bell. Bell's got a magnificent run on them. I'm on board, but don't do it. Don't do it, Connor. On board with Bell. Don't do it. Not through Maggots and Beckett's. Let's see a very tight line. I think he's given himself basically room to get a big throw down the hanger straight. Did he have to lift though? The brake lights came on Tim Ellis's car. Is that Tim Ellis up ahead? No, it's not. Yeah, it's Tim Ellis up ahead, and they're both holding that inside line. So. Can Connor be patient? Denzel has just said he's pitting this lap. He's gone to the outside, and Ellis has lifted off, I think, because Denzel is going to be pitting anyway. Connor's going up behind him, and oh my goodness, that was so close. He was pitting anyway.
I don't think he got the message. In fact, both of the 2 cars pit, so it's going to be fascinating to see who comes out in front of those 2 between Clark and Ellis. But yeah, that was very nearly a damaging shunt, because you don't want to be punting somebody as they're lifting off to come into the pits.
I don't think he's scared. You don't think he's scared, is he? But the way he just slotted in between those 2, I think he's pretty lucky here, to be honest. I'm looking at the chopper view, and they were less than a 15 centimetre ruler apart, I would say, with that gap closing. I think they were quite lucky to avoid it, to be honest.
Yes, I imagine that he'll need a change of suit when he comes in for his.
I don't think so. They don't get scared, do they? 16-year-olds, they don't care. Hey, 16-year-old, that church nearly fell on you. No, all right.
Yeah,
they're invincible, aren't they? 16-year-olds. All right, I'll stop hating on the youth.
So yeah, the after that pit stop, obviously the gap is only 24 seconds between them and the lead, but we're going to see how long Luca Harrison, who's also another young gun, I think the youth are our future here, Spanners. So they
yeah. Go on, sorry.
I was going to say we've got 2 under 20-year-olds in the top 2 places. See how long Luca can stretch out this stint.
Yeah,
he is just hanging out in front of John McClintock in the NRG racing team, which is the highest running silver car, now in 6th place. It's a fantastic effort from them as he ducks into the pits, so I'm sure that's going to change. He'll duck a couple of places down.
So, I've lost my point. You mentioned John McClintock, whose name just came up as a very generous donator, so thank you very much there to John McClintock. And Race Controllers stuck another 50 quid in as a reward to the drivers for making his afternoon quite quiet.
Oh, that's spectacular. Yeah, exactly. It's nice that people have got made targets from their donations, so that they donate, for example, the number of X's that they accrue through their stint.
So we've got one in our team. Mike said that he was going to donate a £5 for every silver team that beat us, which is much by his own doing. He's going to be quite generous.
Yeah, you might be looking at what, 25 quid there?
Yeah, well, there you go. Thanks, man. I was going to do it the other way. So no. Do you know what? No, he's done it the other way. I think he said a £5 for every team we beat.
Well, that's all right then.
That's less, isn't it? It's all right. Yeah.
You're kind of hoping for the podium. Where are we looking at with that sort of thing? You got in 9th place, you got the NRG team. Then behind them, there's Lucy Goosey, number 69 in P14, and then the Chile VSR team. I guess at the moment it's tricky to look at this because the Chile VSR team and the Black Panthers team haven't pitted, whereas you guise have. So you're going to jump up a couple of places.
There's a bit more nuance to that as well, because all our teams were pretty spread driver pace wise. So we've each got a driver that is a little slower than the others, and we've each probably got a driver that's just that little edge quicker too. And Kevin is probably he is the slower driver of the two that came before. So those lads were pretty quick, and they actually ended up overtaking us. But I would put a couple of quid on EJ cutting into Kevin's lead, although it looks like one of them has come into pit right now, so we might get back past them. And also I think casting as well, I think they might have enjoyed the pace of their better drivers as well. So I think we can get past those two, but then there's a big gap up to Mike Farler and Tom Guest. So still hoping that the conditions, because what are we on sim time? Mid-afternoon now. The conditions are getting tricky, and some teams now are getting towards that. I think we've had our first 75 points. Andrew Parker, the team he's on. Andrew Parker, look, he's in a car with 75 points, so he will be having to serve a stop and go.
Oh yes, and for the race for that first penalty, overtaking both Nelf Racing and the ESR Blue Whales, who were absolutely gunning for it. Yeah, they're on 74 each. So. So yeah, but it's the JWR Shamrock Wattle Rose team, as you said, with Andrew Parker on board, who is going to have to serve that drive or stop and go penalty, I believe it is. But it's not a held penalty.
So I think it might be a drive-through. I know we got ourselves in a big state of whether it was a drive-through or a stop and go. But it looks like it's a drive-through. Oh no! It looks like he's got hit. So which car are we looking at here? On Andrew Parker, there's a 4X. Let's have a...
Oh yeah, it looks like the Only Fools car came up behind him and just whacked him straight into the braking zone. That is a huge problem for the Only Fools racing team, who have lost their front splitter and will have done massive damage to that right front. So that is, and also of course it's just after a pit stop, so that is absolutely disastrous for the 44 Only Fools gaming team, who are running 7th overall.
I'm watching this now, and it's under investigation, but my first instinct on looking at it, and I don't know if we've got a replay up for you, the first instinct, yeah, we've had the replay already. It does look like the car coming out of the pits has just moved to the right and then slowed, hoping that John Payne is going to go past him. But like, John Payne is so far off the racing line. I know we talked about not fighting to get all the way back to the left, but he's all the way over to the right, and it's unlucky. But yeah, that's not the racing line. It's not even close.
No, it's not. And as he's struggling to get round, he's got the Dart Frogs racing team with Jan right behind him. So I imagine that will be an easy pass. And surely he's got to come into the pits to fix that damage. Does he have a fast repair? I would expect he would still have. No, they don't have a fast repair left either. So they have spent their fast repair earlier on in the race for some minor damage. And so he's not going in the pits, Spanish.
The car, Andrew Parker's car, looks undamaged to me, which I don't understand. I think they might. I bet he's got some steering damage. He just has to. I don't see how he can survive. Are you saying, who is it that you're saying stayed out? The Only Fools team?
John Payne and the Only Fools team, who's running P7. Out. Yeah, with the Dart Frogs guys behind. So he's lost, I say, front splitter, bonnet. He's surely got to be having, and he's understeering into the arena complex. So he's got a big amount of damage here. Okay. So they've used up their fast fix for the race so far. So if he does come in, that is going to be a pretty hefty fix, and they'll drop right out of the running.
So he's got Dart Frogs behind. You would think you'd easily get him. That's got to be affecting the turn in. It's got to be losing something down the straights as well. It was a big wide line. I'd be interested to see if that's the line they normally take through that corner. And I do feel sorry for Andrew Parker. I feel like they did the right thing. They saw a car coming. The spotter will have said, stay right and lift and let the car through.
Yeah, and maybe John was carrying some understeer in his cold tyres, possibly, hadn't switched them on properly.
Your spotter's got to say to you, there's a car exiting the pits, and you have got a big choice through turn 2, what line to take.
You know what, though? He's managed to keep that Dart Frogs racing team behind him for a whole lap and a half now. And he's not looking like he's losing an awful lot of turn-in, which really does surprise me. His last lap was a 2:03.8, which is
The
it's
back end
not-
stepping out a bit. I think he's having to wrestle that. They might think that's worth more than a pit stop. They might be thinking, well, we've got a fast repair, but if you can do the next 20 laps, we can save ourselves having that extra pit stop at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. This is especially when it's halfway through a stint. That's a disastrous time for that to happen. You know, he's probably been out there 5-6 laps before that incident had happened. Such a shame for both drivers so late on in the race to have an incident that was just a misunderstanding. Really, you know, it's nowhere near for position, and just trying to stay out of the way, and it's just an unfortunate.
Such a pretty car to ruin as well.
I know, this is my favourite car in the race.
It does make you
lap.
glad that it's sim racing, though, doesn't it? When you see something like that, you go, okay, good. Glad it's sim racing.
Yeah, well, that would have been a fairly hefty incident in real life, and probably would have put that BMW out of the race, I think. Trying to have a look at Andrew Parker's car, see if there is any damage on there. Getting a bit of a close up here. I can't see any damage at all, Spanners, as you said.
I couldn't see any when I looked, which seemed weird. It's almost like if there is no damage, if they've hit it square on enough to hit it. So like in these cars, like when you're going to hit the wall, make sure you hit it square on, don't bend the steering. He almost looked like he went off track because he expected there to be damage, and then got back on track and went, oh, no, we're all right.
Yeah, you know, should have surely taken a lump out of the diffuser.
Yeah, a lot of the time is the steering bent is the big thing. It's so hard to get through stints with the steering bent. And if the steering's straight, but you're 2 seconds a lap down, we go, okay, we can stomach that, but people start to lose patience, and it starts being not fun when the steering's bent, frankly.
Yep, so if we were to go on board with the Only Fools Gaming team in position 7, car number 44, you can see that he is driving down the hanger straight now, and it is dead straight, and he does seem to be able to take relatively normal lines, so I think he's kind of got away with it a little bit, somehow miraculously, and still keeping the Dart Frogs team, admittedly just behind him in that very lurid Lamborghini Huracan just behind him.
Right, this time it is my stint, and I want to make sure that I'm not late for it this time.
Right, well, enjoy your stint, Spanners, as we just see there John Payne does get a little bit out of shape. Jan Bronny in the Dart Frogs does go up the inside into the first corner, and they're still side by side. He's not letting this one go. He's getting feisty out there. I think he's probably had enough of people ruining his race, so he has managed to stay in front. It's a valiant defence here, but surely it's just a matter of time until that Dart Frogs racing car does blast past coming down the Wellington straight now. Is he going to go defensive? He hasn't felt the need to. Jan moves to the inside, and he's going to chop the nose off, and there is another incident there. That is disastrous. Both cars off on the outside. Was that a bit of red mist there? There was going to see the replay now. And it looks like he's turned in on him and nowhere to go, but he wasn't really alongside, so I'll be very interested to see what race control make of that. It's just going from bad to worse for these guys. So we've got they're still in 7th. They both managed to come back onto the circuit relatively close to each other, and now they're actually in a pack with the ESR cars, and there's a couple of Ferraris and NRG racing in there as well. I don't think that would have caused too much damage for John, but it's there's no visible damage to the outside of the car, but it is he's definitely racking up the incidents, and I think there may be a penalty coming his way. He's only on 51 incident points, but I feel that race control might take a look at that one and see where it goes. It'll be interesting to get their viewpoint. Once they've made that decision, we'll bring them into the channel and see what they suggest. So we're following the Dart Frogs racing team now. Again, can't see any damage on their car, so they got away relatively lightly. Probably just a smidgen of aero damage to that front right corner. Making his way through the lap markers. In fact, he's under pressure from the ESR car, that lovely blue Ferrari, the Blue Wales car, which is in turn looking a little bit bent out of shape on the front at certain points. And perhaps, you know, if they are starting to hold up those guys, maybe there is some more damage on John Payne's car ahead, because between them you've got John Cox in the JWR bare metal attraction car. He's now hunting down his Mark mate. And yet the damage on that car is now significant because he isn't able to carry the same apex speed through that he was before, and this is disastrous. Cox is crawling all over the back of him, and you've got to be careful here not to make a mistake whilst overtaking and ruin his own race. He's not got anyone around him that he's fighting directly for position for, so he's got to choose his moment. Coming down the hanger straight, you're bound to have a little bit of top speed loss. And the Only Fool's car moves to the inside to try and... Is he trying to defend? No, I don't think so. I think he is hanging it out around with him. Ah, he's peeling off into the pit lane now. Surely he's found that the car just can't stick through the corners there as Jan Bronny in the Dark Frogs Racing then takes through, and it is actually for a drive-through penalty. Race control have determined that to be a penalty there for John Payne for turning in and causing a collision. It's a shame. I think you know, sometimes when you've had an incident already, that tends to make you slightly more aggressive on your next move, because you've already got the red mist has descended and you don't want to lose any more time, and it's about trying to get that mindset of resetting yourself. I have an update from race control, and that drive through was for the first accident, obviously coming out of the pit lane. We have the second accident is still under investigation, so it might all be going from bad to worse here for John Payne of the Only Fools Gaming team. And that has dropped him down to 8th place, obviously behind the Dark Frogs Racing. Let's see where behind him we have the NRG team with Sam Watley on board, the leader of the silver class. He's only 18 seconds behind, so it would drop them behind him as well. And surely without the tools to sustain that fight, that's going to go their way. And behind them we have the JWR team with Lucas Raskovitz on board. He is a further minute down the road, so I don't think they're going to be too worried about losing that position. But you're looking at Only Fools Gaming going from 7th position down to about 9th in a fairly disastrous half hour for them. Got a bit of an update on the Shamrock Racing team from Adrian Clark in the chat room. They said that they've taken their fast repair now. The rear end was damaged from that incident, and it was gonna cost them time through a stint. So now that's why the car looks pristine, because they have fast fixed it. So that's good news for them that they now were able to continue after that. Quite a few of the teams now starting to use up their fast repairs. We have the JWR Shake and Bake Off team who've used theirs. Loosey Goosey Racing also used theirs, which is interesting. They're going to have to be quite careful in their quite tight battles. We've seen them having a few incidents through the race so far. The Turnip VSR team with EJ on board, and obviously Spanner's Ready going to get ready. Sorry, Spanner's Ready is going to be jumping into that car a little bit later on. And then also the trio of the JWR Bare Metal Attraction, NRG Moist team, and this ESR Black Panthers team have also used all of their fast repairs as well. Up at the front, we've got the Marlin Motorsport guys getting back close together again. It's down to within a second. This is a fairly common sight. The two Lamborghinis in their natural habitat, drafting down the Hangar Straight with Drillsma in the blue car ahead of Williams in the yellow. Williams has managed to pick up the pace from earlier on and managed to bring it back up to within a second of Drillsma, which is great news for that team in their quest to beat the Apex Predators. Now we've got Danny Henney, speaking of which, in that car. So we'll see what sort of times he can do. They're now only 15 seconds behind, so he is absolutely carving into that gap ahead of them. So we'll see what he's going to be able to do as they come into the latter parts of this stint, which I suppose is when he would have a look. And news from race control is that we have a calm down warning for Jan Brony for causing the vorpal collision with John Payne. So they're basically saying that the first incident with Payne was their fault. The second one, they were saying he was nerfed from behind, which is fair enough. He looked like he was trying to take his normal line, and there wasn't enough of the car behind alongside to be able to claim that apex. There was probably, obviously some mitigating factors with the damage, that he wasn't necessarily able to take the same cornering speed that the other car might have been expecting him to do so. But even so, there was still that just miscommunication there, which meant that they came together, which is such a shame for them. But it's good that obviously this time we don't have any further action, so they can just crack on with it for now. Thank you for that update from Rich Molden in Race Control, doing a stellar job to keep them under wraps and to prevent any escalation. I think they're being relatively well behaved out there, as we're starting to get into that period of the race where the drivers are starting to become a bit frustrated and a bit tired, and trying to see if they can make the difference where they maybe necessarily aren't able to get that difference. But it's so tempting to just be able to push that a little bit more, maybe a little bit more than you should be, with those tyres and the track that's evolving and becoming a bit greasy offline. And you've got to be extra careful to not go beyond your limit, and to make sure you can finish your stint. We are watching Danny Henney in P5. He's trying to carve his way through the traffic. He just made his way past one of the NRG cars. Yep, that's Sam Watley in an NRG car, who kicks up the dust on the inside. And he's got Andrew Parker in the JWR Shamrock car in P23. That was the one that we've just been talking about with the nicely fixed rear end. So he's got that one to overtake. And let's see the sort of pace that Danny is running at the moment. So he's running in the 201s. 201.3 was his last lap. He is the fastest man on track, and he's a good half a second clear of Dan Vima, who's now in the lead with the NRG team. And he's a good second ahead of the two guys in front of him. So he's got a 14-second gap now to the Marlin Motorsport guys. So within about, we'll call it 14 laps or so. That's not going to be before this next pit stop, but it should be early into the next stint that we'll start to see that battle forming. I just correct myself when we talk about the leader. We still have, obviously, Connor Bell in the lead by about a minute. He dropped off my timing screen very briefly, but he is still out there pounding round despite Spanner's worries. He's actually extending that gap at the front and doing very nicely indeed. Danny in the Apex Predators car has now just moved to the outside and managed to take track position. And now we've got a pretty clear track ahead because the next car is in fact Sam Vima in P2, who we should move to now because he's coming up behind a number of cars to lap them. He has just put the lap on Tom Guest, who's in the JWR Shake and Bake Off car. Sam is also putting in an excellent stint here for the NRG team. His last lap was a 2:01.6, so a very competitive time, despite the traffic that he's in. Ahead of him you got Stephen Williams and Alex Drillsma, in fact, who's in that car at the moment. And they have John Payne, the stricken BMW, between them, so he'll be a little bit of a roadblock for them to go past. I'm also hearing from race control that Karsten Lenke had a spin into the wall about 5 laps ago. He's still in the pits and he's having significant front end repairs because they had used up their fast repair. It is a real shame for them, with just over 3 hours to go in the 12-hour race. It's always a very difficult thing for your team to take when you have an incident at this sort of time in the race. There's bound to be tempers that flare and starting to feel aggrieved with decisions that don't go your way. But it's important for them to be able to get their head sorted, get into that rhythm again, which I imagine for John Payne at the moment is very hard considering he's missing half of the car. But actually, where is he now? He's in P8 still, and his lap times are 2:03.8, so he's probably losing, well, half a second to a second on the guys around him. So hopefully they'll be able to drag that thing back to the pits and finish the stint and at least fix it there. But I would expect that the heavy damage to that front end, if they were to look at fixing that, would take a significant amount of time. Stephen Williams just made his way past John Payne there. And so the Marlin Motorsport guys continue to power on through the event. Going to the chat room to have a little look at what's going on in there. Thank you for joining us live as we come into the final quarter of this race. Looks like Sam Levine is saying that the track is coming back nicely to us. So yeah, it's an interesting comment there, because we are getting towards the afternoon. It's in sim time it is 10 to 4 on the racetrack. So the peak temperatures have probably just about peaked or just about to start to head back down again. And you're starting to get a lot of rubber build up on the track. I would guess that if you're on the track by yourself, it's probably quite a nice track to drive, but you wouldn't want to be missing any of those apexes and skidding off onto the marbles there, because I imagine it's a bit treacherous offline. Endurance racing is a wonderful thing to be involved with. And one of my earliest experiences of going to endurance racing was Le Mans back in 2003 to watch the Bentley boys in their Le Mans cars with their LMP 900, I think it was back in the day. That was the classification that they had, with people like David Brabham and Tom Christensen and all those guys who were such stalwarts in those cars. Beautiful British racing green cars. And one of the most interesting stories I have from that sort of time was when we were at Le Mans and I was with my dad. He took me to the race. I would have been 14 or 15 years old, and we were watching the race. And about 2 o'clock in the morning, we decided that we thought we'd get a bit of kip to try and make it through to the end. And we had decided to. We'd gone there on the bus, which was an event in itself, and we decided to just roll out on mat and sleep off the bus, because on the actual bus itself with the seats, it wasn't particularly comfortable, and it was a very, very hot summer's day that year, and there was obviously no air conditioning on in the bus, so it was a very, very warm environment to sleep in. It wasn't particularly comfortable, so we decided to get a couple of hours kip, and my dad woke up a few hours later to find that his 15-year-old kid wasn't where he was expecting. He wasn't asleep next to him, so he wandered around, went to look in the circuit toilets. I wasn't there. Apparently I had sleptwalked and was sleeping on the bus, but hadn't told anyone, and so that was probably an interesting couple of minutes for my dad while he was trying to work out where I was. And I haven't done that before or since, so there you go. Endurance racing does bring out the best in everyone. So I'm getting updates on the track temperature. So Alex Van Gien and Matt Cook very kindly provided me with some information. So the track temperature was 36 degrees. It's now come back down to 31, so it is starting to cool down now, and that will be absolutely brilliant for their tyre life. They'll start to be able to eke out those stints a little bit. They'll be able to push that little bit harder as they're able to manage them through the stint. I'll give you a rundown from front to back. We now have the Butler Powell Motorsport car of Conor Bell on lap 257, in the lead by about a minute from the NRG Racing wet team with Sam Wienler on board. And then in P3 and 4 we have the Marlin Motorsport guys, who are absolutely pounding in the laps. They are a lap down on the lead, but only just. With Alex Drillsma heading Stephen Williams, they're about 4 seconds apart now. And in fact, Stephen Williams is about to be lapped by Sam Wienler on circuit, which is interesting. We'll see the tactics there. We might actually we'll come back to that rundown. We'll stick with these two, because Wienler will want to get through quickly, but I'm pretty sure that Stephen Williams won't want to let him pass, because although this is for a lapping event, but having a look at it, these guys could well be later on, particularly if we're looking at incident points and drive-through penalties. There's every chance that they could be fighting on track towards the end of the race. So I don't think Sam is going to find it as easy to get past Stephen as you might expect. Here they come down the Wellington Straight now. Sam not in a position this time to make a pass, but tucks into the slipstream. You can see that Sam's just got that little bit extra bite through the corners. Got a little bit too close to him through Woodpit, so I had to back out of it, take a different line. Come down the old pit straight. He's going to catch right up to him through the fast section of the circuit. Doesn't want to make a move through Copse. I think that's a fairly sensible decision. Runs a little bit wide and then switches back, going side by side into Beckett's, I think, into Maggots. And Stephen Williams quite rightly backs out of that one. He knows when he was beaten. So there you go. So that's him through to put a lap on Stephen Williams. And just breaking news here, we've got Danny Henney off in the dirt. what happened to him there. He's in P5. And he appears to be heading towards the wall. He's hit the wall, so that is an absolute disaster for that team. This looks like some sort of disconnect error because his car is squirreling everywhere, but he's still got the power on. So there must be some sort of technical issue there. And that is a real shame for them. I'm sure we'll get an update from the team as to what's going on.
Well, Chris,
that's
I've picked an exciting moment to come back into the commentary box.
Thank you for joining me, Chris. This is disastrous. There's damage all over that car.
So I'm being told, yeah, he hit a spinning car, but this looks like he's got no steering.
Yeah,
because
there's nothing going on there, Chris, is
He
there?
went straight into the wall, and he's clattered the wall again there. That is a disaster for Danny. I was about to come in here and sing his praises because he had brought a 20-second gap down to just 7 seconds or so, or even less than that, to the two Marlin Motorsport cars. And now the Apex Predators' chances of being on the podium finish are well and truly dashed.
They are, and it was the Blue Whales team who got out of shape coming through Cop's corner sideways, just slid straight in front of him. Nothing he could do about it. But as you say, now we're looking at the Apex Predators team still not really. He's still going, but he's not really. I mean, he's having to crab pretty dramatically there. They will have a fast fix though, so it's not all over yet. But
He's trying to get it going. Well, he's got to the pit lane, so that's something. He did turn the car just there around Stowe, so not sure why he was going in a straight line for so long. But yeah, complete disaster for Apex Predators.
This is.
That's going to be
I'm really pleased they've managed to get keep their fast repair and not be tempted to use it on minor damage earlier on.
Yeah. How close was he to the pit window?
So not too far off actually. He's because they would be the first of the cars to come in. I think we're probably 10 minutes short. Yeah, I was expecting him to come in about 5-10 past, so that's a real shame for them. All of the fuel saving they were trying to do in that very thirsty car has all gone to pot now. But
well, I don't think we'll grab someone from the team just yet. We'll let them cool off first. But that has pretty much secured the podium, barring any disasters. That has secured at least one of the Marlin Motorsport cars will be on the podium.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, the Marlin guys, now they're going to have to fight it out amongst themselves.
Yep, I wonder if they will in the last hour or so. Just info from Race Control. Yeah, info from Race Control. The ESR Blue Whales car, Nika, lost control and was collected by Henny. Racing incident, no further action. So no penalties being awarded, and Henny has used that fast repair and is back out on track now as if the car's fresh from the factory. So it's a good job that they managed to keep that in check for an incident like that.
Yeah, it's a good job they had that extra 400k to buy another McLaren, isn't it?
Yeah.
And jump in the spare car like they used to do in Formula One and just get out on there. But do you know what? Now the hardest bit for him will be to reset his head and get down into this stint, because obviously that will have scuppered their strategy. It will be playing on his mind. Was there anything I could have done to avoid that incident? Which clearly there wasn't. There was a car stricken right in front of him that speared back onto the circuit. But he's now back down in P9. He's lost quite a bit of time there. And
well, if there's anyone who can make up that time again, it is Danny Henny. He is, well, without doubt, one of, if not the fastest drivers in the Mr. Apex stable.
He is our double F3 champion, as you say, so if anybody can make the difference, it's him. But he's got to get his head back down now. I don't think it's impossible that he could be fighting for the podium if he does the remaining, what is it now, 3 hours in the race, 3 hours and 5 minutes.
It depends on how much time he's lost in the stint. We know that Apex Predators McLaren was one of the first cars to come into the pits on a regular basis. So in terms of how much track time in that stint he's actually lost, will determine how much of an issue that incident ends up being. Because if he only ends up losing the time of the incident itself and getting the car back to the pits, then that's relatively damage limitation right there.
Yeah, I think 3 hours and 5 minutes though. If it was one of the other cars, you might back them, particularly like the Marlin guys, for example. You might back them to be able to stretch that out to only 3 stops. But I think they are going to have a very quick splash and dash towards the end just to get the fuel mileage. Because as you say, that McLaren has been quite thirsty through the race.
Well, that of course promotes the ESR Red Foxes team to 5th place, and the Dark Frogs Racing Lamborghini into 6th, and the Silver Class Leader into 7th overall, the NRG Racing Rigorous crew. Just on that silver battle, actually, I noticed while I was on break that Spanner's team, the 999 VSR Turnip Ferrari, now 4th in that class. Now they are a lap behind their competitors, but should anything happen to the top 3 in that class, they are in the pound seat for a podium finish in the silver category.
They are, and the car in front of them, the Loosey Goosey team, they have got 64 incident points at the moment to Spanner's team's 48. So it is not inconceivable that they will have to serve a drive-through penalty, whereas the Turnip team won't have to.
Yeah, and we have seen a few of those penalties being dished out. The JWR Shamrock Wattle Rose Porsche, that is currently on 96 incident points. So they're at risk of getting a second penalty, actually. And then, of course, the ESR Blue Whales as well. They hit the penalty earlier. Amazingly, since before that penalty was issued, Nelf Racing has been hovering on 74 and haven't picked one up since. So since getting on the cusp, they've been super consistent, actually, with the with not getting any penalty points there. But I will definitely be keeping an eye on the second place NRG Racing Porsche, because that is now on 50 points, and in the remaining 3 hours probably is at risk of taking a penalty at some point.
We're talking about the consistency of the Marlin Motorsport guys, and you've got the blue and yellow team. Talking of incident points, if you're going to back anyone not to get a penalty, they're on 17 and 18 each, which is absolutely remarkable at this stage of the race.
That is the fewest in the field, isn't it?
It is, and both teams doing the same, which is great.
Yeah, the James Wingfield Porsche, that has 17 as well, so tied on incident points, really. But yeah, that's the fewest in the field.
And Wayne Castile in the chat room is rebranding them to Freedom Units now, which I like.
Chris, I know you've got another break due before there's a 2-hour dash to the finish. Just want to ask you, really, before you go on that break, do you have a favourite GT3 car at the minute?
Well, for me, there's a couple of things to look at with the GT3 cars. I think they've all got wonderful strengths, but for me, I tend to go on the noise, because that's what really gets my juices flowing. And I know you agree with me on this, that flat 6 in that Porsche is just absolutely astonishing to listen to.
Oh yes.
You could be sitting there in the grandstand or in front of your telly now with us, and just absorb the noises as they go round. And as I say, for me, that Porsche just kind of howling past is just one of the most beautiful things that you can subject your ears to.
It is a blood-curdling scream, that flat 6 engine, and I do so adore it.
It is, and if you're talking about driving as well, so that Porsche is quite a well-balanced car. With the engine over the rear, it does tend to sit down quite nicely through the corners, and it's a popular choice for GT racers across the world. But and of course we got it in our top 2 positions, so clearly it's a very quick car in the right hands. But the Lamborghini Huracan has also taken the world by storm recently with that screamer of a V10 on board.
Yeah, of course, the Porsche as well, the one to have in the wet conditions, because it just all the weight over the rear tyres, it improves the traction as well. Arguably is what won Porsche the Nürburgring 24 Hours last year. That and the amazing talents of Kevin Est.
Well, I was going to say that is true. That man is an absolute legend. He was instrumental in that victory.
One of my favourite just GT drivers and people in the world. Absolute legend.
So, looking at GT cars, then, which do you think is the most successful? You'll know this. Which is the most successful GT3 car across its history? Then.
Well, it depends what metric you're using, because I know that Mercedes, I think, have won the most GT World Challenge titles, and the Intercontinental GT Challenge titles are fairly evenly spread out. Now Porsche's won one. Audi probably is going to win a second one when the Kyalami 9 Hours eventually happens. It's pretty evenly spread out. If you look at the different events as well, Porsche obviously the most successful manufacturer at Le Mans, BMW the most successful at the Nürburgring 24 Hours as well, and the Spa 24 Hours I believe is also BMW, but a lot more recent success going to the likes of Porsche. They won 2 in a row. Obviously Ferrari won it last year as well, and the world paid attention suddenly to Alessandro Pierguidi.
Yeah, absolutely. But you are right there in that BMW are the most successful at the Nürburgring 24 Hours, but they haven't had they had a victory with the M6 in 2020. But in the last kind of 5 to 10 years, across things like the Blank Pan, the Spa 24, the Nürburgring 24, it's actually the Audi R8 that's been the most winningest car across there. It seems to crop up at everywhere, including Bathurst as well, taking a lot of victories. And Audi claim it's the most successful GT car, but they're going to claim that, aren't they?
Okay, yeah. Well, the most successful team at the Nürburgring 24 Hours is the Manthey, which of course is the Porsche wins.
Yeah. Oh, those beautiful lime green and yellow Porsches, or they used to be. Now they've got slightly different colours, haven't they? But
they still look amazing.
An iconic brand there, absolutely, the Manthey guys. And am I right in thinking that they're in line to be running the Porsche LMP team or LMDH team?
Well,
they're going to be involved in that.
Well, it's interesting because the LMDH is supposed to be like customer racing, really. So any of the Manthey runs the Porsche GT factory team at the moment in the World Endurance Championship and at Le Mans. So I don't doubt that at some point Manthey will run an LMDH Porsche, but it could come down to just anybody. Think of any Porsche customer team, like FAF Motorsport, for example, decided to run one in IMSA, which could, very well happen. I heard Absolute Racing was sort of linked to one as well. There was an article on Sports Car 365 about that when that team from China was making its Le Mans debut in GTE AM last year.
Absolutely, and they did rather well for themselves. It's an exciting time to be getting involved in this form of racing because there's so many options available to you now. I think the LMDH class at Le Mans, I saw kind of their launch picture last week, and it had all the iconic brands that you would want in there, probably bar McLaren. You've got people like Cadillac looking to produce a car as well, and they haven't been on the endurance calendar for about 20 years. So that's well, apart from the Daytona, but on the world stage they haven't necessarily been challenging at Le Mans since the early 2000s. So it's good to see them back.
Well, everybody wants to win 2023, don't they? Because that is the 100th anniversary of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And as much as I've, not been a fan of the top flight of endurance racing over the last few years, given its current predicament, I think the future of, top class endurance racing looks very, very bright. In 2023, when you have Peugeot and Ferrari and Porsche and Audi and Alpine and everyone else, looking to compete with Toyota and Glickenhaus as well. I think it's just going to be fantastic to look at. I mean, we could be seeing 15 cars in the top class, and then obviously when GT3 takes over in the GT class, you could easily see about 30 of them fighting for those honours as well. I think it's going to be fantastic. Now, here's a couple of cars we've seen close together before. Loosey Goosey Racing, currently actually now second in the silver class after JWR Scheckenbeck's done its pit stop. And the offline racing Ferrari with Tim Ellis at the wheel. And like the Marlin guys, they just don't seem to break formation at any point, do they? But it seems like Mike Fowler's kind of got this one covered, but we know that Tim Ellis is no stranger to an attack. One of the finest overtakers in the F3 Championship, it must be said.
Yep, so Denzel Clark has stepped out of the Lamborghini now, handed over to Mike Fowler, and as you say, he's a safe pair of hands, but Tim Ellis is definitely starting to get back in there, and behind them, of course, we seem to have been watching these two battle whilst the leaders have been coming through quite frequently, because you have Danny Henney recovering. He's now in P7 up in there, so he's starting to reel them in. So that'll be an interesting watch for you.
Absolutely. 2 hours 53 to go. Oh, a little bit of a lock up there from, I think, was the Loosey Goosey Racing Lamborghini. Just wondering when we're going to start to see the leaders come into the pits. Once again, that gap between the top two, so I'm still hovering at about a minute and 2 seconds.
I'm expecting I'm expecting Conor Bell to be coming in the next couple of laps. He got a bit held up there through the Dart Frogs racing team as he was lapping them. But I expect him to come in. He's the first of the big runners to be coming in. I expect him probably in the next 5 minutes or so. So 2 laps maybe.
Could well be. Before we go on about that, I just want to read out a few more donations as well. Terry donated £20 in the last hour. Emma Joyce as well, £66 from that, watching from Brad's stream. Thank you very much, Emma. John Turner says, great event, great cause, and donates £30. John Dromsma as well says, great work, Marlin Motorsport, keep going, 56 and 57, Team Alex, and that is £50 in the pot from John there. So thank you very much indeed. We are now looking at a total of about £3,500 now, actually, or even 3,600, and still number one on the Game Heroes platform. And yeah, that is just absolutely immense. If you haven't donated already, there's a link in the description. We're raising money for MacMillan Cancer Support today, so please dig into your pockets.
Nice to hear my dad get a shout out on the stream there. All in a good cause, so very happy with that. Thank you very much for donating, Dad.
So Conor Bell leading about as imperiously as his two co-drivers were. Doing a fantastic job, and the lap time's really starting to come down now. He is sort of on the edge of 2-minute flat at the minute, with that track temperature starting to come down. It is now 20 minutes past 4 in the sim, about 7:15 here in the UK, and still very much in the early hours of the morning in Australia, where our video editor and broadcast host Steve has been working all through the night.
He has, and it's a credit to the team that it's able to keep going for this long and actually produce what is a quality event for all of these amazing drivers to partake in. Very privileged to be a part of it. And speaking of which, I might well just go and grab a quick bite to eat before we get into probably the last few hours of racing, Chris.
You've certainly earned it, so go ahead, my friend.
Cheers.
So, another round of pit stops coming up shortly, I would anticipate. Got the two Marlin Motorsport cars in third and fourth. Still very little between them, although in between them at the moment is the NRG Racing Porsche of Sam Wingmer. So he's about to put a lap on third place in the not too distant future, but about 8 seconds separates those two Lamborghinis in third and fourth. Alex Jones certainly has been racking up laps over the last couple of hours, doing a sterling job in that car, as is Stephen Williams in the sister yellow car. That's 56 and 57. They really have been playing the team game throughout this race. Very much now on course for the podium after the issues faced by Danny Henney earlier on. The Apex Predators McLaren, which is now back up to 6th place. Only the silver class leader standing between him and the car, the position that he was in earlier. That's about a 19-second gap at the moment, which I dare say is going to come down fairly rapidly, especially with Mr. Henney at the wheel. It seems like we are seeing the effects of this older car being used. I must say I was a little bit surprised to hear that people were going to be using it, because of course we've had the 650 being used in the GT3 world since this MP4 12C, and now of course running the 720S, which in my opinion is the best looking car in GT3 at the moment. A few of you were kind enough to say in the chat room as well that I seem to have converted a few of you, or at least convinced you enough to give GT3 racing a try this year, and well, thank you. I'm glad you are catching the enthusiasm. Definitely worth watching GT World Challenge at some point. The good thing about it as well, it's all free on YouTube as well, and they have a mix of sprint races and endurance races. Nürburgring 24 Hours will be coming up in May as well, so I highly recommend that. It's my favourite race of the year. And of course, we've just had the Dubai 24 Hours finished today as well. A very good win for Audi there and Team WRT, which seems to be taking the endurance racing world by storm at the minute, having proven themselves as one of the greatest GT teams with Audi. They have now gone on to take the prototype racing world by storm as well, with total domination really in LMP2 in both the European Le Mans Series and the World Endurance Championship. With Robert Kubica actually as well, so they've certainly done a fantastic job in what was their first season in LMP2. Now we're going to continue to see what they can produce. It's got another single-seater team joining the MP2 category this year in Prema. Richard Molden let me know that he very much enjoyed watching GT World Challenge at Brands Hatch last year. It is great to get a chance to see these cars race on some of the best tracks in the world, including Brands Hatch. And in comes Connor Bell from the lead of the race. So here's interesting. He's coming again before the NRG Racing Porsche. And before the two Marlin cars as well. So here we're going to see what kind of strategy they're going to go for with the track temperature dropping down. Are double stints looking more and more likely on these tyres? Putting less pressure on those front left tyres through all the high-speed right-handers, and that could just open up a few opportunities for strategy. We heard Apex Predators trying a few different things over the course of the race that didn't quite pan out. So maybe it is best just to go simple. And that was indeed only fuel for Connor Bell. He's emerging out of the pits. And is he going to stay in the lead of the race? Indeed he is, because Sam Vima's only just coming through Abbey now. So Connor Bell managed to build up a pit stops advantage there in that stint. That is mightily impressive. And he's still 9 seconds in front of the NRG Racing Porsche. So it would take something to go horribly wrong for this car now to come between Butler Power Motorsport and victory in the Marlin Memorial Cup. Well, Spanners was certainly worried about Connor Bell's performance at just 16 years old. Right now he's showing the old boys how it's done. And I'm sure Brad will not thank me for referring to him in that way. Might actually just go and grab someone from that camp and just talk to them real quick. Hi Tom, I hope you don't mind. We've brought you into the commentary booth. Just wanted to grab your thoughts after a pretty amazing stint there by Connor Bell, managing to get a pit stops gap over the NRG Racing Porsche.
Hang on, give me 1 second and I'll be all yours. We just got Jimmy Broadbent to raid Bradley Philpott's stream.
Oh, okay. Well, fantastic. Please keep us in a second window. If you're watching Brad's stream, keep us on at the same time. Thanks.
Right, okay. I paused the stream now. It literally happened as you dragged me into the channel. Like Bradley's stream just blew up.
Oh wow. Okay. Well,
yeah.
Well, I look forward to watching that back later.
So yeah, no. Connor did a solid stint. Why am I hearing? Oh, there we go. I've got to pause now. Yeah, no, he had a solid stint. Connor did. He got in the car and he's a little bit worried that he wasn't going to be on pace, and you know, he's got in and he's just fine, doing just fine. Laps are good. Lap times have come down. Box for fuel. Keep the same tyres, and away he goes. He should be able to finish the race. We don't even need beer anymore.
Is there anything that can stop you guys now?
Yeah. A few laps ago, there was a yellow BMW that got absolutely mullered by a guy coming out the pits. That could happen to us. That would stop us. That would be it. Or a disconnect. If Connor DCs, like internet, whatever, and then one of us has to jump in, we'll have to tow and we'll lose our 1 minute advantage.
So not taking anything for granted just yet.
No, there's tons of stuff that can happen, you know? There's tons of stuff that can happen. I mean, in practice with Connor, I mean, let's be fair, he's probably going to get a whole bunch of off tracks. So. Me and Brad were
Well,
real
you guys
careful,
have got
know,
enough
we
in
left him.
hand.
Yeah, we were like, we're trying to leave him with a whole bunch of them just in case.
Well, you've got 20 over your nearest competitor, so if you do have to use them up, then they're there for you.
Yeah, we got like, what, 54 that he can use, maybe? No, hang on.
You're
I
on
can't
33 at the minute, so you've got 40-ish
42
left.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't math. I did a scroll down.
And but do you want to just talk about your livery a little bit? I know your fiance's worked very hard on that.
My fiance has worked very, very hard on this. She works like 8-9 hours a day, comes home, and then she'll sit at the desk and work on the livery for, you know, another 5 hours. It's been like that the entire week. So, yeah, big thanks to her for that one. Took her a long time. Long time.
It was worth the effort because it looks fantastic. We'll let you get back to your team. Good luck, and yeah, enjoy having Brad's Nürburgring lap record rival on the stream.
Rival? Really? Is there a rival?
Absolutely.
It's almost like, I don't know, it's like seal clubbing, you know?
Well, whatever it is, we're absolutely loving it. So.
I
Good luck for the rest of the race, man.
I can't do another. There's too many corners. Thank
you, mate. Catch you later.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, if you haven't seen on Brad's channel, he has been having a bit of a duel with Jimmy Broadbent for the Nürburgring lap record in the Mercedes W12 that recently got added to iRacing. It went to Brad, it went back to Jimmy, it went back to Brad again. It's been going on for a couple of weeks now, and I think Brad still holds it with 4:47 or something ridiculous like that. So there's you can go back and watch his streams as he attempts to do that as well. So with the heavier fuel load on the Butler Power Motorsport car, Sam Vima was just closing up the gap, but he is now coming to the pits. So that gap was down to about 7.5 seconds compared to 9 when Connor came out of the pits. But Sam Vima now bringing the number 8 Porsche into the pits, and will most likely match the Butler Power Motorsport strategy here and just take fuel. That seems to have been the way of the race so far. They have been running very similar strategies. I think on one stop they did just take left-hand tyres. So we'll see what the stationary time is this time, as we see Alex Strumsma in the Marlin Motorsport blue Lamborghini in 3rd place, just rounding up the VSR Tomato crew. Strumsma not likely to make pass on the NRG car, having almost been lapped by Sam during that stint, and it was a 49-second stationary time there for Sam. Oh, actually, no, sorry, my timing just updated. 57 seconds. So maybe once again that is left side only being changed there. Comes out into relatively clean air. So that is the 8th stop made by the top 2 now. Still a stop to come from the 2 Marlin guys. And then, of course, we'll be keeping an eye on where the Apex Predators feed out into all of this after Danny's issue earlier in the race. Might actually go and grab someone and talk about that now they've had enough time to talk about it. We've spoken to Carl and Alex already, so let's grab Stuffy and bring him in here. Hi Scott, I hope you don't mind. We've just brought you into the broadcast channel. How's your race going so far? We saw that Danny had a bit of an issue earlier in the race.
Hello, yes. Yeah, unfortunately he got clipped by a lapped car, losing it at Cops. It was very fine margins, but unfortunately the fastest corner on the circuit, it sent him into the wall. Thankfully we held onto our fast repair. The boys have been very clean throughout the race, and we're a little bit off on strategy, but hopefully it hasn't offset us too much. We're still in it to the end, so.
Do you think the Marlin Motorsport Lamborghinis for a podium spot are still in reach?
It's hard to say at this moment in time. We've still got 2.5 hours left, but we're hoping so. Danny's got some really good pace. He caught. It was such a shame because he just started to get onto the back of Marlin yellow car, and unfortunately, yeah, there's never a good time to crash, but that was not a great time to crash at always. So we just Danny's just putting the laps in now, and hopefully, we can at least make it a fight to the end.
Well, we certainly look forward to seeing that. We'll I'll let you talk about your YouTube channel for a little bit, because this is kind of your MO, really. We've seen you a lot in the F3s as well.
Oh, it's so kind of you to allow me to have a little plug. I've predominantly F3 open wheelers, as everyone who's familiar with my channel. I race in VR, so I love open wheel cars. I'm a bit of a speed freak, so the F3 car kind of was the closest F1 experience that we could get on iRacing. I know there was an F1 car, but it wasn't for me. And then since the new Mercedes has been added, I've just been enjoying that thing so much. Even when I do crash, I'm jumping into the next race because it is just so enjoyable. And love putting the track guides together and streaming and having interaction with everyone. So yeah, really enjoying it.
Oh, we also see you sometimes on our iRacing podcast as well. Your input is invaluable on that, on the Missed Apex Motorsport YouTube channel as well. So we really appreciate you coming in and taking part in this race as well, and dedicating so much time to Missed Apex.
Oh, I'm glad someone thinks my advice is invaluable. Thanks, Chris. I really enjoy it. Ever since being introduced to you guys, I enjoy coming on the podcast. I love listening to your own podcast as well on F1. I was saying in my own stream, it's my Monday morning. It gets me through my Monday mornings at work, listening to your podcast back the next day. So, thanks for inviting me along to the races, and I look forward. Hopefully, this is the first of many. I think everyone's enjoying it. I hope they are as well. It's been very clean. Some endurance races I've experienced, unfortunately, have not been. But this has been a real good experience, and hopefully, it's the first of many.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a scope to do more of these, because the response has been pretty mega. And I would just like to say I will always cherish the few seconds that I featured in one of your F3 videos at Silverstone, I think last year. I was on the thumbnail as well, which I think I've still got that saved on my phone somewhere, because I like looking at it so much. And until I dropped it, I think I was making myself look quite good in front of your audience.
Yeah, I remember that. Unfortunately, you did drop it, didn't you? But
yeah,
it was it was a good race up until that point, though. F3 is something that I need to dip my toe back into. As I said, F1 has been taking up a lot of my time recently. You should come join us, Chris. It's a good car to get in touch with, and hopefully, I can see you out on track again.
Yeah, I hope so. I haven't touched iRacing for about a year, unfortunately, because I've been working on my pedals because they weren't working properly, and I just haven't got round to it. And I think coming back in and driving an F1 car is kind of diving in at the deep end a wee bit.
Yeah, you're probably right, to be fair. Just get back familiar with the F3 car, and then you can make the step up. But it's it'd be good to see you back on there, and it'd be good to see you in a car this time rather than the commentary box.
Yeah, well, maybe we can. I can do a spanners and dual roll at some point. I would, really enjoy that.
he can do it, anyone can do it.
Yeah. Well, thanks for your time, mate. I'll let you get back to your team, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, everyone.
Cool. Oh, before I do drop you up, where can we find your YouTube channel?
Oh yeah, it's Stuffy with 2 Y's. STUFFEY.
Cool. Go ahead and search that on YouTube, and if you aren't already, do subscribe to him. His channel's very good. Cool. Cheers, mate.
Thanks.
Scott Tuffy there, or Stuffy as you may know him on YouTube. Now, a battle we were seeing earlier, Offline and Loosey Goosey, look like they've swapped positions actually, only separated by 1.5 seconds here. Let me just check in with this silver battle. Because this Loosey Goosey car is still 3rd in class and just ahead of the 999 Turnip car, which does currently have spinners ready at the wheel. There's 1 lap separating them, and yeah, they've just got to be patient and wait for that moment, because they could well strike and steal a class podium from these guys should anything happen to Loosey Goosey or JW Shaker Bakeoff or the class leader NRG Racing. Now, another couple of cars that are looking pretty close together actually is the NRG Racing Audi I was just talking about, and the Only Fools Gaming BMW, which is still running without that front end on it. I cannot fathom how it's maintaining good pace like this, with so much of the front aero missing, but it's not stopping Richard Aycock setting some decent times at the moment. I believe that's probably the NRG Racing Audi that has got past the BMW recently. And then of course we've got the race leader just in front of them actually, Connor Bell. This is really quite interesting. The NRG Audi is kind of hounding Connor Bell, the race leader at the moment. Actually, last time round was 0.2 quicker than the Butler Power Motorsport Porsche. Now, obviously, I've got a little context in this battle. It's probably the Porsche that was rounding up slower cars, but just very interesting to see the silver class leader getting on top of the overall race leader like this. And probably drag it around a little bit. John McClintock currently at the wheel of that Audi. I believe this is his second appearance in the car. Alongside the 2 Sams, of course, Sam Harper and Sam Watley. All of which you will probably know from Mr. Apex Racing, past and present. See, there we go. There's Connor just pushing on a little bit now, creating some distance. The pure pace of that Butler Power Motorsport car starting to shine through a little bit now. This is where you can play some tactics here. Just tack yourself onto the back of a a quick car and just let them kind of pull you along a little bit with a nice bit of slipstream, maybe copy their lines. Good to see where the other cars can edge an advantage and where maybe you're quicker as well. Very little separating the two cars, squabbling over 13th place at the minute now. Daniel Cook in the offline racing Ferrari, still with Mike Fowler on the back of him, but just a few tenths of a second separating them at the moment. I can't stress enough how much I like these two liveries. Look at those bright red wheels on the offline racing Ferrari, and if you weren't with us earlier when I was talking about this, the offline racing car has the little Google dinosaur that appears when you don't have an internet connection, and a lot of people don't know this actually, but if you press one of the arrow keys or the space bar, it turns into a little platform game where you have to jump over cacti as the dinosaur. While you wait for your internet connection to come back. And the Lucy Goosey car looking resplendent as well, and looking very nice through Maggots and Beckett's as well. Look at the run he's got down the Hangar Straight. I dare say Daniel Cook will be going defensive into Stowe, and indeed he is. The Lamborghini going to have to try and go the long way round, and makes that work. Very nicely done by Mike Fowler there to take 13th place away from the offline racing Ferrari. And just to go back to how immense GT3 racing can be, you could not get, two different types of cars competing against each other as well, both Italian of course, but the Audi V10 in that Lamborghini versus the turbocharged, the twin turbo V8 in that Ferrari as well, and both cars having very different performance attributes and yet able to compete wheel to wheel like that. Just goes to show what a fantastic class of racing this is. Interesting, and no, really, the Italians not so big and successful, I want to say. It almost sounds harsh compared to the German manufacturers. When you go and watch Bathurst, or you watch the Nürburgring 24 Hours, you tend to see German manufacturers really dominating: the Mercedes, the Audis, Porsches, and BMWs. But of course, Ferrari did win the Spa 24 Hours last year, and Lamborghini and Ferrari definitely making a bigger presence at the Nürburgring 24 Hours in recent years. And Ferrari actually winning the Bathurst 12 Hour in 2017. Announcement on that one, actually, it's just been rescheduled to middle of May, which is disappointing in a way, but at least they haven't fully cancelled it just yet, with the rise in COVID cases in Australia, and I sincerely hope they don't cancel it, because missing it 1 year was one too many for me. Bathurst, one of my absolutely favourite events of the year. Nürburgring and Bathurst 12 Hour, those are the top two as far as I'm concerned. Mike Fowler pushing away from Daniel Cook there, excuse me, and just starting to gap him a little bit now. Talking of gaps, the lead gap now over 70 seconds now. We're looking at about 73 seconds. That is mightily impressive from Connor Bell, who just keeps banging in those lap times. just have a little check-in with ESR Red Foxes, actually, because they're now up to 6th place with about 20 seconds over the Dark Frogs Racing Lamborghini. Dennis Myers now back at the wheel of that number 25 Ferrari. And if you weren't with us earlier, I'll just reiterate that ESR stands for Esports Racing. They're a Danish esports organisation that handle a lot of the virtual championships there. A lot of the major, the biggest ones as well, including things like the Porsche Carrera Cup for the region as well, national championships, and even Nordic region championships as well. So these guys are certainly knowing what they're doing and are very well known in the Danish esports community. All of them working part of that. 3 cars they've entered in this one. The Red Foxes, we see they're in 6th place in the gold category. 2 silver cars as well that unfortunately haven't been faring quite so well. ESR Black Panthers currently 24th and last after a few incidents put them back in the pack. And the ESR Blue Whales crew is 21st at the moment, but all running Ferraris and all looking rather splendid. We also have multiple entries from James Wingfield Racing. James Wingfield, you might know from the Map F3 community, an engineer in Top Flight Motorsport, a Caterham racer in real life as well. He's got 5 cars in this race, 2 BMW, 2 Porsche and a Lamborghini. The top one of which is the 10th placed JWR Men in Map BMW with Lucas Raskovitz at the wheel, and James Wingfield himself running in 11th in the number 13 Porsche, and then the 2nd place in silver class and 12th overall the Lamborghini. Shaken and bake off, Tom Guest at the wheel of that one. Also got multiple entries from Brian Boomsma's NRG squad as well. The Racing with Penistone Oil in 23rd place. That was the car we saw make the barriers and was having a bit of a battle with Spanish Ready as well, and unfortunately still carrying that damage, which is a shame because it's a rather fantastic looking car with a very nice Top Gear nod in the name. I'm not going to pronounce it the way you want me to pronounce it. Then we've got one of the McLarens as well for NRG as well, the Moist squad in 19th place, but the 2 we have been focusing on the most are the silver class leader in 8th place overall, the Audi with the Irigorous squad, Sam Watley, Sam Harper and John McClintock. And then, of course, the 2nd place overall Porsche of Sam Vima, Brian Boomsma and Luca Harrison. Of those 3 drivers in the number 8 Porsche, actually, it's Sam Vima currently in the car that we've not seen before in the Missed Apex stables. We've seen plenty of Brian and Luca battling in the F3 Championship. Luca actually the reigning gold champion, being promoted to platinum for this season. If you are not aware that Missed Apex podcast does a lot of iRacing and streams our iRacing series as well, then let me tell you about that, because we have a second YouTube channel called Missed Apex Motorsport, where you can not only find those iRacing streams, but also our iRacing podcast as well. So a lot of the drivers you'll see in here, including the Missed Apex panel are in our iRacing F3 Cup. So far this season, we are 2 rounds in, and we have round 3 coming up in the next few weeks. So do please subscribe to the Missed Apex Motorsport YouTube channel. And if you want to sign up, then go ahead and check out the details on the website as well, because we are always looking for more drivers to come and join our fantastic community of drivers. And just a reminder of what's coming up on the Missed Apex F1 podcast as well in the coming weeks as well, because tomorrow we have a quick catch up with F1 journalist Chris Medland on our main channel right here. And then in early February, we'll be talking to former Lotus F1 team boss Matthew Carter in another edition of Diaries of an F1 Boss. Of course, at some point, we'll be talking to Joe Saywood as well for a catch-up pre-season. And we are on the verge of a brand new era of Formula One racing, with launch season right around the corner. Teams starting to announce what day they're going to unveil their new cars, and of course pre-season testing right around the corner as well. So keep it Missed Apex for all the latest news and views. Now, starting about you guys, what I'm starting to think is looking pretty dark out there compared to what we were seeing earlier in the day. Bit of cloud cover, perhaps, coming up to 5 p.m. in sim time, which is 7:53 p.m. IRL in the UK here. And just over 2 hours remaining in this 12-hour race. And it won't be long as well before Connor Bell clocks 300 laps for the Butler Power Motorsport car. And Richard Molden just reminded me of a very key fact. Every single one of our cars, all 24 of them, are still running. Yes, some of them have had a few incidents and been in the wall, but they are all still going. We haven't had a single retirement for whatever reason. So well done to everyone, and definitely Rich is less busy in race control than he thought he would be. And let me just take this moment as well to remind you why we are racing. Marlin McGlone, an avid listener of the Missed Apex podcast, sadly lost his battle with cancer in August last year, passing away at just 38 years old. And today we are racing in his memory, not with a minute's silence, with 12 hours of noise. And we are raising money today for MacMillan Cancer Support. They have been helping people through cancer for over 100 years. They've helped over 2 million people as well, making sure that they get the support, protection, and any aid that they need throughout diagnosis, all the way up to recovery as well. And so we are raising money for them. And if you go to the link in the description, you will find a donation link. Please, if you haven't already, dip into your pockets and make a donation. We are currently up to £3,688. We are trying to get to 4,000 by the end of the race. We've had a few more donations coming in from Matt. Says keep up the great work. Pointer Plays as well was donated as well. T Harvey coming in from Brad's stream. I saw he may well have already gotten over £700 raised just on his stream alone. So a big thank you to the Butler Power crew for that one. And Steve Jones coming in with a donation as well 10 minutes ago. That has put us to where we are now. We're just £322 away from that target, and we are still number 1 on the Game Heroes platform. And that is just an immense response that we couldn't have possibly predicted. Another donation that's just come in actually tipped us over 3,700. So again, just a big thank you to everyone who has donated, and we look forward to sharing the final total with you. I know a lot of the drivers have been donating based on what happens in their stints, whether it's number of cars they pass, number of X points they pick up, and we expect quite a few to come in at the end of the race. But if we can hit that 4K target by the time the 12 hours is up, well, that would just be something immense. So thank you again to everyone who has donated so far. Now, Danny Henney, currently the fastest car on track, the only driver last time around to be at sub 201, and that would suggest to me the track really is coming back to these drivers with the falling track temperatures. It's now down to 28 degrees as the sun begins to set. So despite these guys having been pounding around it for forever, there is no sign of the track getting more slippery, and the track temperature falling, seemingly helping out the lap times quite dramatically. Well, now there's the wreckage of the Only Fools Gaming BMW, still circulating, still a little bit wide there. Oh, no, 'tis but a scratch. Well, almost a bit like Gilles Villeneuve trying to carry the car home all the way back in the day there, or like Nigel Mansell. Plenty of your comments coming in on the YouTube chat as well. Please keep them coming in. A question, Spanner's in last place? No, he is not, Jay. He is running in a very respectable 15th place overall in the 999 VSR Turnip Ferrari. And actually running, still 4th in class there, on the brink of a podium finish. So you might rescind that comment. The last place car is actually the ESR Black Panthers, and I feel very sorry for Carsten, who's just bringing that car into the pitch, actually, because I was really pestering him for knowledge about the ESR crew, and I haven't actually used a lot of it. I might go in and just read what he told me. Actually, because there's a lot of his drivers as well. So Dennis Meisner, who is currently in the ESR Red Foxes car in 6th place, he's told me that he started racing when the PlayStation 2 came out, and at the Daytona 24 Hours last edition, drove for 9 hours straight because his co-driver fell asleep. That is remarkable. Really remarkable. I don't have the words for that. Thor Qualman, his co-driver as well, the owner of ESR, the man behind the official Danish championship in esports, the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Denmark, which is broadcast on national TV. Actually, he has been sim racing since 2007 as well. And Carsten, who I just mentioned there as well, an admin at ESR, also a car journalist since 1999, and as a board member of Danish ASN, which is the Danes equivalent of Motorsport UK. Now we have Mikkel Matteson as well in the ESR camp, also known as Mikkel the Mediocre, apparently. Another admin community guy, director of the Casual League as well, and works as a sports physiotherapist when he's not setting up iRacing sessions. Certainly a big mix of crews in there, and different drivers, and that's what it's all about. Just a reminder as well, if you're new to Missed Apex as well, let me just remind you that we're an independent podcast hosted in Spanner's podcasting shed, and our aim is to bring you a race review before your Monday morning commute. We live stream our Grand Prix race reviews on the Sunday evening, 8 p.m. UK time, on this very YouTube channel. So please go ahead and subscribe if you have not. And make sure you click the notification bell so that you get an alert when we go live. And we've got plenty of stuff to keep you entertained during the off-season. Other podcasts go into a shutdown when the racing stops. We don't dare do that, and we keep you guys entertained throughout the off-season, before pre-season testing, before launch season even, whether we're talking about the latest news such as the team principal shuffle that is going on in Formula One at the moment, news about drivers who have tested 2022 cars in the simulator, or if we just find an interesting topic to talk about. We had a good discussion about the Multi-21 controversy between Mark Webber and Sebastian Vettel all the way back at the 2013 Malaysian Grand Prix in last week's news episode, where we also discussed the departure of Otmar Safnauer from the Aston Martin team and where he might end up in the future. And now we have three VSR teams lying astern in the timing chart at the moment, because the turnip car that Spanners is currently driving leads them in 15th overall, then the chili car in 16th, and then the tomato car in 17th. And the tomato car is the one that Matt Trumpets has been driving as well. Currently Stefan Froelich in that car. We had a good chat with Matt earlier about it, and he was certainly enjoying his time out on track. I'm sure Steve won't mind me taking a quick break there to take a sip of water. Very important to stay hydrated when you're on air for 8.5 hours.
A hard task, Chris, but someone's got to do it.
Yeah. Welcome back, Catman. Yeah, I dare say that I won't be talking to anyone tomorrow.
No, absolutely. It's going to be a day in bed with lots of throat lozenges for the both of us, I think.
Yeah. Well, 2 hours remaining in this great race. Still 2 hours to get your donations in if you have not already. Click the link in the description. MacMillan Cancer Support. And I'm being told that Brad's stream has actually put in way more than I thought. £900 of that total so far has come from Brad's stream. So they might be way out in front, but they've certainly they're not going to get any complaints from us at this rate.
His stream was definitely boosted when Jimmy Broadbent's followers were told to come and check him out, and a lot of them have donated to the stream and the total. So thank you very much for doing that. That's a great thing to have done, Jimmy.
Yeah, that's absolutely immense. Another donation here from M4M as well. I believe that's the third one they've put in. So big thanks to Martin and Emma there. M4M, the logos you'll see on any of Brad's race cars at the moment. And I know they have very big plans to be going racing at the Nürburgring 24 hours this year. And we wish Brad all the best in that, because frankly, he has been away from what is effectively his second home for too darn long.
I believe you joined him there once, Chris. What was that experience like?
So it was for the NLS, not for the 24 hours. Hopefully, if he does the 24 hours this year, I'll be going with him. But yeah, for the NLS, it was just immense. There's no place like the Nordschleife in the world. It's the most remarkable place I've ever been to. Just such a mysterious awe, you know. It's like it lives in its own microverse. The people around you, know the legends of the Nordschleife, that you go to the next village, they've never heard of them as well. And it's such an eerie place as well. It's always cold, it's always foggy, it's always dangerous as well. And that is the big kicker, really, because we talk about making it to the end of a 12-hour or a 24-hour race is a big achievement. For some at the Nürburgring, starting the race is an achievement in itself. To have not binned it throughout practice or qualifying. Oh, hello. Alex Dronsma in the Marlin Motorsports Lamborghini, currently in 4th place. Just spun from that podium position he was in. And now Stephen Williams up into the podium placings. I'm told he just missed the tyre barrier and he's only dropped 1 place, and he's only 4 seconds behind his teammate as well. He has really gotten away with that by the looks of it.
He has. He dropped it through cops as he was going through there, got a little swapper on, and then had to check up just before he hit the barriers. The gravel trap saved him, I think, this time. So yeah, he has returned on. Hopefully, he's just pre-stop though, so he might get lucky with his tyre wear.
Yeah, by the sounds of it, where are we now? About 2 hours to go. I would expect him to come into the pits in about 10 to 15 minutes, maybe. Still have to live with it for a little while. Had Danny Henney in for an extra stop, but remember, he's a little bit out of sequence now with the rest of the pack after his incident earlier on. Bit of a scary moment there for Alex Dronsma, but continuing on his way, and we'll start chasing down Stephen Williams, no doubt.
Yeah, he only lost about, well, he's only 6 seconds behind him now, so it's not that big a loss for him. So hopefully he'll be able to make that up by the end of the race. We might have a little bit of a scrap going on in the last hour between the two of them.
Yeah, it could well be. I would love to see that in the last hour. How they've been so close together, I just can't fathom it. Really makes no sense at all. Just looking further down, still got the silver class leader in 7th place overall there, the NRG Racing Audi. JWR Men in Map continuing to make a little bit of progress there with Lucas Raskovitz in 8th place overall, but 15 seconds ahead of the Dark Frogs Racing Lamborghini of Peter Tong, although I believe the Men in Map car is yet to make a stop, whereas the Dark Frogs car has. So that may well swap round in the coming laps. Got a couple of cars cars in the pits at the moment. I believe the JWR cars just came in. So come back out actually. That might have been a shake and bake car in 14th place there. But Chris, we were talking about the Nürburgring, weren't we? And what Brad might be up to later in the year. So yes, I do certainly hope to join him at the Nürburgring this year, if indeed he does go. Of course, COVID permitting, really, because obviously the hope was to have Brad at the Nürburgring last year, but with travel restrictions as they were, ended up not being a feasible program. So fingers crossed, 2022 is the year that Brad comes back to the Green Hell. As I say, that is his second home, really. Has a whole YouTube series about how to learn the Nordschleife in under an hour.
He does, and I've watched it, and it's an incredible series, but I think it's beyond my comprehension as to how these guys go racing around there. It's the Green Hell, I don't think does it justice. He may call it heaven, but I think to a lot of drivers around there, it's a fairly daunting place.
It is difficult. Don't get me wrong. I've tried it in the sim. You know, it's not something you can learn in 5 minutes. You know, Brad's actually taken me around as a passenger in one of his race cars. That was certainly a trip and a half, especially experiencing G-force compression for the first time. That turned my body inside out.
That must have been terrifying having Brad driving around. You know, he's got his good pair of hands, but he's also lightning fast. So I imagine that with the trees and the barriers being quite so close, I'd imagine that would be a pretty exciting ride.
It wasn't terrifying. I was definitely really excited. That's for sure. I was just enjoying the ride. I wasn't nervous at all. The only bit that did make me jump was we were side by side with another car going down the Dottinger Höhe, and what I thought was a cheeky wave from Brad to the other car, thinking, oh, he must know that guy, was actually a signal to back up because there's a GT3 car coming and about to blast past us, went straight through the middle of us, and caught my attention very quickly. That did, but no harm, no foul.
I can imagine. And just looking again at the N4M guys, they've just dropped another 150 in the stream by the looks of things, according to race control. So that is absolutely incredible what they've been doing for us and what they continue to do for Brad in actual motor racing. So that is fantastic. Thank you so much for that donation.
Yeah, legends, pair of them, absolute legends. Had the pleasure of meeting them at one of the karting events that I was doing commentary for as well, that Brad was attending, and then spent the weekend with him and Brad at Race of Remembrance as well. Certainly was never bored when I was around those guys.
It's certainly entertaining, and it's a fantastic thing, motorsport, to bond people together, and that's why we're all here, in memory of our beloved friend. And it's one of those things where I think the camaraderie of an endurance race, and obviously with things like the Race of Remembrance, people really come together and bond in a team. It's a wonderful thing to experience.
That's very true. Yeah, the camaraderie among an entire paddock sometimes is just fantastic to see, and something that I will never get tired of, really.
So tell us a bit more about your experience at Le Mans then, because I know you had a different experience to most of us, and you're actually working when you were over there, whereas I can just sit in the stands with a beer and a baguette and have a nice time, but you obviously had some work to do.
Yes. So the most annoying thing about Le Mans is the first session of the day starts at 8 a.m. Runs for a couple of hours, and then they have nothing for the rest of the day until night practice starts at 9 p.m. And it was you spend the whole day just looking for something to do, really. Now, obviously, a lot of people have a different experience from what I did, but I was not a busy boy that particular Le Mans, to be honest. So, you try and go around, you talk to people. This was luckily before COVID restrictions, so I could at least sort of have a bit of a wander. The pressure of Le Mans is fairly intense because you're there for an entire week, basically, and you're working very late nights. Usually, the night practice, the qualifying don't end until about midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. And then, of course, for the 24 hours itself, you're there until 2 or 3 a.m. and then you're back at 6 a.m. Really. And you only get a couple hours sleep, and to not lose your cool with the people you're working with every 5 minutes, you have to have so much zen to not just lose your cool with everyone around you, really.
Absolutely. I imagine there's long periods where you're not doing anything, and then all of a sudden you're expected to get a press release out very quickly and on ever-changing information, which must be a very tricky aspect of that job.
Yeah, nothing happened, and then it was like, oh, I need this done for an hour ago. So, but do you know what? At the end of the week, it's the most satisfying feeling in the world, and then you go and sleep for 24 hours, basically, because it's just the most intense week, but the most gratifying, the most rewarding. And there's nothing else like it. Even on the worst day, I would not want to be working in any other industry than in motorsport, because just the roller coaster is exhilarating.
It's very interesting to be able to work in a sport that you absolutely love, and tell us a little bit, Chris, about how you got involved in that, because it wasn't always this way.
Oh, I got lucky. That's the thing. I got really, really lucky that I worked out that I absolutely adore motor racing when I was about 13 years old. Quite a late bloomer, really, compared to some people. Some people say they've been watching it since they were like 5 years old, or as long as they were able to hold their head up towards the TV. So I didn't really discover it until I was 13, but I just clocked immediately that I wanted to work in this industry. And I was a fairly decent writer, so there was just a way of thinking, oh, well, motorsport writing, could be a journalist. So that's what I was aiming for a really long time. I was sort of blogging while I was in high school and in sixth form as well. And straight after my A-levels, started doing Formula E journalism. Now, I wasn't really paid an awful lot for it, so I was working in a shop to cover the flights and hotel fees for going to Formula E races, which are about half of the races in a year for a few years. And that's when the opportunity to go and switch into PR came about. And it made perfect sense because I had a lot of transferable skills into that, and PR is where the money and the jobs are. That's the short version anyway. I couldn't be working in a better place, to be honest.
That's great to hear, somebody with such passion for their work. And looking at the Formula E days, you got to meet some very interesting people and conduct some quite fascinating interviews with some of the drivers and the characters of the sport.
Oh, well, yeah, like the stories, the after party stories are the best. It's not every day you see Sebastian Buemi twerking in a nightclub. I believe he was trying to shake off the weekend in Montreal, where he famously had the pit lane arguments with Robin Frijns, with Da Costa, with Daniel Abt as well. That was a memorable weekend.
Certainly sounds like he managed to shake it off quite nicely by the
Yeah.
sounds of things there.
Just the first thing I saw when I came into the club as well. Really, really bizarre. Connor Bell, by the way, is about to start his 300th, or the car's 300th lap of this race. Currently on lap 299, and that grimy, dirty, filthy Porsche now, after over 10 hours of running, comes over that line, starts lap 300. 1 hour and 45 minutes remaining. But of course, yeah, got to see plenty of really cool places doing Formula E as well, including Monaco, which is one of my favourite places in the world. Even when it's not Grand Prix weekend, there's just something magical in the air about Monaco.
Oh, it's incredible. I've actually driven the Monaco Grand Prix circuit, albeit when it wasn't closed off for racing, so I had to contend with traffic. So my lap time wasn't exactly spectacular. I think it was a 10-minute, 30-second lap, mainly spending half of it stuck around the casino, parked behind a Ferrari. But yeah, it's quite an interesting place, and you get a fascinating oversight when you go there when it's not race weekend to just see how people normally go about their business in places where there's muppets like me walking around going, wow, look, there's the casino.
Yeah,
And,
so it must be said at this point, half the circuit was closed off because it was still the Formula E weekend. So this was before they started using the full Grand Prix circuit, which I have to say is just for Formula E and works an absolute treat. But this is when they were still running the short circuit. And yeah, it was like, you watch them go around the track all day, and then at the end of it, you go and have lunch or go and have dinner where you just watch like Sam Bird put it in the wall. Really, really bizarre thing, really, out of context. And now, at the end of that lap 300, Connor Bell is going to finish that one in the pits as he comes in. So I believe we've already seen the NRG Racing Porsche in. Indeed we have. It's got one stop over the Button Power Motorsport car. That seems like a bit of a change in strategy for me, because we've constantly seen that car going much longer than the Button Power Porsche. But
That's
it's
true,
just
they've
come
only
in
got-
for a full service.
Yeah, they've only got a couple of stops left, so maybe the NRG boys are trying to eke out the remaining time by splitting it 50-50, so that they're not having a splash and dash at the end, but maybe two shorter stops to try and minimise the time in the pits as much as possible.
Could well be. Well, we'll see how it pans out. Seems to be the cars coming in earlier have an advantage when they take fresh tyres, and judging by the stationary time, it was a fresh set of boots that went on that number 8 car. So Brian Boomsma now at the wheel of that, and he has gone past, but he was a lap down thanks to that stop. So he's not past Connor Bell on the timing sheets yet. He's just making his way through Brooklands and Luffield, while Connor Bell is stationary, but of course has that lap to make up still. And it looks like Connor Bell's about to emerge. He is indeed. Stationary for 7 seconds longer than Brian Boomsma. And comes out, feeds out into the traffic. I believe that's in front of the Marlin Motorsport Lamborghini. It is indeed. Still with well over a minute's advantage over second place. So still looking quietly comfortable for Connor Bell, Tom Wedgwood and Bradley Philpott.
It is. I was ducking into their stream a little bit to try and see what was going on, and they were somewhat taking the piss out of him in the car whilst he was driving around, because they started the stint, I think Brad got 15 incident points, and Tom got 1 incident point through his whole 4-hour stint.
Wow.
And then in the first kind of half an hour, they've now jumped up to 44 incident points.
Oh, blimey.
They said he was using them liberally. So he's got to be a little bit careful. That being said, the drivers behind him, so Brian Booms are now in the car for the NRG team. They're on 66 points, so they've got to be even more careful so they don't hit one of those drive-through penalties.
Yeah, I was just going to say, they are 9 away from the drive-through, and with 1 hour 40 remaining in the race, could be quite tight towards the end, couldn't it? One to watch as we enter the closing stages of this race.
The other two are fairly close to one of those drive-through penalties would be the Lucy Goosey Racing team in 10th position with Mike Fowler on board at the moment. They have to make sure that they don't trip over themselves because they've got 71 points, so they're almost certain, I would assume, to be looking at a drive-through penalty at some point, which will be a shame because they are just starting to chase down the Only Fools Gaming team, only 18.5 seconds behind them at the moment. So realistically, they're looking at adding a 30-second drive-through penalty onto that time.
Hey guys.
Hello, Spanners. How are you getting on?
Yeah, I'm going well. I didn't realise you'd been abandoned by Chris. Good timing then for me to jump in, I suppose. So we're not really meant to talk about how many incident points individual teams have because you can get a competitive advantage and stuff like that. So I won't do the ones that are like on the brink, but there's a couple that I think I'm just going to mention because they're exceptional. So
okay, we've been merrily telling them exactly
how
how
many
many support they've got. So we're all good here, not on the stream here.
Okay. Good.
In fact, that's exactly what I was running through when you hopped on. So go away
Right.
and yeah, just carry on because I think there's I'm not going to say who it is now, but the top car has got 125 points. So
yeah, don't tell them it's Adrian Clark's team.
And I'm certainly not going to recommend that they do any donations based on the number of X's that they get.
In our team, we really carefully managed the amount of 1Xs, and we just wanted to keep it under 75, which we will do comfortably. And I have to say, we really thought that we were being clever clogs doing that, but quite a lot of teams have managed it. So we thought 75 would actually be severe, and there was a lot of chat about increasing it. But really, to bring that into play, you should bring it down to 50 maybe for these cars, this track, these conditions. Or you could argue that because we set it quite strict for 12 hours, we've had good driver standards. So that's the line that you face when you're organising these things.
I would say you guys have played the line fantastically. The standard in this race has been phenomenal.
Very little for race control to do, and the one, a lot of like, hey, calm down, chill out. But apart from that, it's been really decent. So I've been running a poll. I've just started it. We've got 40 minutes for the drivers to vote. A driver's driver of the day. Who would you guys vote for? I'm going to give you two a vote as well. Who would you nominate for your driver's driver of the day?
Oh, that certainly is a tough one.
You don't have to say me just because I'm here. I mean, I did just do a very clean and fast stint.
Well, I know that Alex Van Gien is going to be putting in about 50 votes for Danny Henney. I'm tempted to agree with him.
The thing is, I mean, Danny's always so relentlessly quick, relentlessly consistent, barely ever drops it. But did he avoid the spinning back marker? No. So for me, no.
But he has set the fastest lap of the race and is pretty much the reason why that car's still in 5th place, really. But
yeah,
then,
so are you voting? Are you voting Danny? I'll write it down.
No, maybe. Come back to me. God, this is harder than voting for the London Mayor. This.
I was going on board actually, and I was looking at like driving styles and who was doing well, and maybe who was doing well, not carrying their team, but but like pound for pound drivers. And I now feel bad because I'm not calling out the other drivers on these teams. I'm just picking out some standout guys. But I think Thor looked just incredible and just really has really competitive lines and was doing a sensible scything through the packs. So at the moment, I'm tempted to write Thor down as my vote.
Yeah, maybe. Well, Connor's certainly doing a great job at the minute. I would say Luca's in with a shout. I mean, hasn't done much wrong really. I mean, the worst thing I can think of he did was the sort of wheel bumping with Brad earlier on in the race. But otherwise, he's matched the pace of the Butler Power Motorsport Porsche almost pretty consistently, and hasn't dropped it at any point.
Yeah, that's a low bar, not dropping it. That's like when Lance Stroll gets like, oh, we did quite well in that race where everybody else fell off a cliff.
Yeah, but I mean, what else is there to say? Really, he's matched the pace of a pro esports team.
Yeah, it may be a low bar when you're talking about kind of midfield pace, but when you're trying to run at the pace that the Butler Powell guys are running at, it's very hard to keep it on the straight and narrow. My drive of the day might well go to Brad for having the mental capacity to talk about what colour socks he's going to wear for the next stint whilst racing around.
So Brad's
yeah.
While you're on Brad, I just want to point out Brad's stream. Search for Brad Philpott on YouTube because he's a very irritating character. A lot like Sheldon. You know how like everyone has to deal with Sheldon, but they know that they need him and they like him. His capacity for coaching, for being aware of situations, for being a good driver, and then putting all that on a stream effortlessly. Like me and Steve often talk about Brad's stream, go, how did he do that? And you go, Brad, that's really impressive. And he went, well, no, I just did the thing. And then he just learned editing and video stuff in a heartbeat. It's incredibly annoying, if I'm honest, how he puts that stream together. Go and check that out. Bradley Philpott on YouTube. Yeah, but can't hug and not great at piano. So there's that.
That's true. He can't play for piano to save his life. He's had that in his house for too long to not be able to play it.
But here's the main thing. Brad's stream alone has raised £1,024 and 24 pence towards our total.
1,000 now. My goodness. So we last checked it was at 900. That is I mean, that is a quarter of the total. That's just magnificent.
It is. The total is £3,888.78. We put up what I thought was an optimistic target of 4,000. I did not think we were going to make it. We've got, how long have we got left in this race? An hour and 27 minutes. £112 to go. Please help us out. Chuck a $5 in. Support our cause. And I'm yet to add to that total as well. So I'm very hopeful we'll get to 4,000. Well, I mean, I've paid for all the commentators' content for iRacing and stuff. Done that. Fine. I'll get my wallet out. I've got to get it. It's in the other room.
I just backed you into a corner by not saying anything.
These events are expensive.
They are, and I just want to, take an opportunity to say thank you again to Spanners. Thanks to Alex. Thanks to Sam Watley. Thanks to Steve in the broadcast tower. Thanks to Rich on race control. I mean, this event, I think, has just blown everyone's expectations out of the water, and this is probably the dawn of a new arm of Missed Apex Motorsport.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Before you get back to the action, Ellen and Catman, try not to feel offended that he didn't mention you. Hey, Steve, are you alive? Are you going to come talk to us? Come and talk to us, Steve. We need to check there's a pulse and that you've not just been setting an algorithm that follows the cars.
Just didn't leave it up to the AI. Well, for context to anyone watching the stream, Steve's always talking in our ears all the time, letting us know good bits of information and telling us where to be watching. But he never.
Oh God, well, Steve's Australian? Steve. I didn't know Steve was Australian. This is shocking news. Well done, Steve. How are you holding up? How have you? How's the pee bag strapped to your leg? Are we all good? Have you tried drinking excessively? Right. Good. Steve, you're an absolute genius, and thank you so much for just Iron Manning this. I know you were expecting help, at your end, and bar 1 20-minute period where I had to put the stream up, you've done pretty much 14 hours on the trot. Our thanks to you, Steve. He's never that chill off the stream, just for the record.
And he's been
Okay.
going all night as well in
I'm going to leave you
Australia.
guys to it. I'm going to come back in the last hour with the driver of the day votes and an update on the total.
All right, cool. Thanks, Banners.
Get back to the racing, dudes.
Well, looking at the racing, about 6 seconds separates the two Marlin Motorsport cars, still in third and fourth place. Got to think they're about due in at some point, because right now they are at 8 pit stops compared to 9 for the cars around them.
If I was to vote for team of the day, I think it would be the Marlin Motorsport stable there with their
For sure,
immense mileage on their fuel tanks and just running so close for so long together. It's been absolutely incredible to watch.
Great team tactics as well. You know, using each other's slipstreams. You know, they could have easily have put all the effort into one car and let it romp clear. But I don't think either car would be as high as they are now without the help of each other. So definitely a fantastic job by that crew, Stephen Williams and Andy Flagg in the yellow 57 Lamborghini, and Alex Stroomsma and Alexander Dobbelsberger in the blue 56 car as well. Great job all round.
So speaking of which, Drillsma is now 6.5 seconds behind after dropping it through Copse. So he's not yet managed to claw back that disadvantage that he gained. He might be ruining that mistake come the end of the evening, especially when there might be a podium position on offer.
Well, yes. Now, he is still running those tyres that he would have damaged in that spin. So I dare say it won't be until the next set of tyres go on that we see him start to close down that gap with any sort of meaningful force. Of course, Danny Henny's still pushing along as well. Still the fastest car on track at the moment as well. Trying to get around that loosey-goosey Lamborghini, but closing up as much as he can on the cars in front.
So I was going to say the other race that we've got going on, other than the one at the front, is we do have the Silver Cup, or the Silver Plate, to be contending for, and it is still the NRG Egregious team with Sam Harper now back at the wheel. They are in 8th place overall and a couple of places ahead of the aforementioned Lucy Goosey Racing team with Mike Fowler on board now, who has just been passed by Danny Henny with a rather interesting chop into the braking zone there. That was a little bit tight for what you'd expect in an endurance race, but it somehow paid off. And then in 11th place, closing in on the back of the Lucy Goosey team, is the JWR Shake and Bake Off team. And actually that's going to be a good battle developing towards the end of the race. Like I say, it's 4 or 5 seconds apart between those two, closely followed by the Offline Racing team, the number 70 Ferrari there, only 1.3 behind.
That's closing up rather nicely. There's only 6 seconds covering those 3 cars.
Yeah, it's quite impressive after what is 10.5 hours of racing. They are still so close to each other, and only 8 seconds further back is the JWR Murdoch on the Catering Express team.
What's really impressive to me as well is, we've got multiple teams that have entered multiple cars, like the ESR, the NRGs, JWRs, and whatnot, and yet we don't have sort of like a flux of them together as well. We've got a good mix in the top 10. I think only the most we have in the top 10, we've got 2 NRG cars in the top 10. That's about it.
Yeah, and it's providing fantastic racing up and down the field, and it's getting towards that time of the evening now, Chris, where you're starting to see the sunset with that orange glint that we were talking about reflecting off the cars, and it's producing some wonderful camera shots here. Again, our fantastic video editor and race control director extraordinaire Steve has gone through all of the camera angles around the Silverstone circuit to provide you with some amazing camera shots. And as the sun starts to set, we're getting that wonderful shimmer off the tarmac.
Not only that, but he has created custom cameras for each of the individual cars as well. So, you know, in F3, that's relatively simple. It's a spec series, but he's got 6 or 7 different cars to do that to in this race. And that's why you're seeing the really cool onboard shots of like the helmet cam vision when we go on board, all the cool little stuff around the car as well, all because he's taking the time to do that individually for each car, and then also prep a good set of cameras for the Silverstone circuit as well. So Steve's contribution cannot be understated to this ball club.
Absolutely, and just to make sure I give him some work to do, we also have another developing battle down for P22 and 23 with both the recovering Shamrock and Penistone Oil teams battling over 22nd and 23rd place between the Porsche 911 and the Ferrari 488. They're only a second and a half apart, and Colin Ward on board that NRG machine is after the incident with the pit wall. He's still got some battle scars on that front right hand corner of the car, but he's starting to catch up and looks to be making some moves to put Adrian Clark under pressure.
Quick message from Race Control. The car in 21st place, car 007, ESR Blue Wales Ferrari, currently under investigation for driving standards. So we'll see what comes of that. Currently got the race leader right behind him as well, alongside and now ahead. So not getting in Conor Bell's way too much there. Actually, just an update on the Marlin Motorsport crew. The blue car has come into the pits. Alexander Dobertsberger taking over the wheel of the number 56 car, and what looked like a full service as well on that machine. And so we will now see Dobertsberger, I think, through to the end of the race. And so I imagine Stephen Williams in the yellow car will be coming in pretty soon as well.
It's usually been a lap or two between the two of them, hasn't it? So there was about a 5-second gap when the blue car came in. So we'll see if Stephen Williams can maintain that gap. He'll probably be jumping out of the car as well as we head into the final hour and a half of the race. It's not this time around that he is in. He's coming round down towards Beckett's with the race leading Butler Powell car driven by Conor Bell coming up behind him. I imagine he will be jumping out of the way, as you say, diving into the pit lane before there has to be any serious moves made there.
Another donation being made by John Cox, £14 for 14 incidents in stints 3 and 4 there. If you can keep that up, John, we'll be at the total before you know it. No, I don't want to be too mean to John there. He is one of our most loyal and dedicated racers in the F3 Cup, and I've got to say there have been quite a few opportunities as we see the Marlin Motorsport yellow car coming into the pits from 3rd place now. A few opportunities for him to show off on the stream, basically, because of reverse grid poles, and has proven himself to be one of the most robust defenders in the field as well. And I've absolutely loved those races in the past as well. Silverstone and Imola spring to mind back in the Formula Renault days as well. So potentially an opportunity here for the Marlin boys to get a bit closer together again. Dobertsberger coming in earlier and on fresh rubber. Just an opportunity there to close that 6-second gap to the yellow car, which now has Andy Flagg on board. So this looks like the final driver change. And with an hour and 20 to go, could be a splash and dash at the end, really, couldn't it? I'll be surprised if they've stretched it out for that long.
It is yeah, 1 hour 20 is a little bit too much. So you're going to be looking at that little bit towards the end. But as you say, Chris, the work that we've been doing, or that the driver's been doing throughout the day to make sure that they get to as close to that end as possible, I think it was worth a valiant effort. But that last stop is all going to be about how little fuel they have to put on. So it will be a very quick thing to do, to put the few laps remaining of fuel in there. So it's going to be 20 minutes, so it's not going to be very long at all.
Now, here's interesting. The yellow car stopped 6 seconds shorter than the blue car and has actually emerged 15 seconds out in front. Now, is this a divergence in strategy here? Has the yellow car been short fueled and it will come in earlier? Is the blue car going to try and go further in and have a shorter stop at the end? Did one of them take time? I mean, well, we can always go into the Marlin Motorsport chat and ask them, I suppose.
I shall be right back.
Cool, thank you. I love this. I can send my man on a mission. Off he goes to find out. My little pit lane reporter for this weekend. So pretty much all evening out in terms of the pit strategies up at the front of the field. Of course, we've got the different sequences that they're in as well. We've seen Apex Predators coming in much earlier than most of the field around them. Then the two leaders tend to sort of come in close together, and the Marlin Motorsport guys have been the ones really stretching out the fuel throughout the entire race, really, and that's why we've only just seen them make their 9th stop of the race, when we saw the two leaders come in quite a while ago now. They really have been able to offset that fuel. Andy Flag now just coming up to lap one of the JWR BMWs. So regarding that investigation on car 007, no further action, but all drivers reminded that fighting to stay ahead of a significantly faster car while under blue flags is not being a good sim citizen, which is what we advocate most here at Missed Apex. Well, oh my goodness me. Bernie Hecklestone is the donated name there. So I'm sure you wish to remain anonymous, but we're going to sing your praises nonetheless. £500 just donated to the MacMillan Cancer Support fundraiser. That puts our total at £4,399. We have surpassed the £4,000 target, and man, I can't thank everyone who has donated enough for that one. Yeah, lost for words at that one. We really didn't think the £4,000 would be attainable, and now we're at 4,400. That's just absolutely immense. Chris, what did you find out about the Marlin boys?
Well, I found out that Alex was having some very well-earned pizza after his stint, but I decided to drag him in anyway, so he may well be splurting through his pizza. But Alex, so you've just hopped out of the car, and we've just heard some amazing news about the fundraising total, haven't we, Chris?
Yeah, so Alex, before we pester you about your team strategy, I would just like to let you know we have just gone past the £4,000 target. We're at £4,399.
It's just insane. Like, insane. God, everyone's just so amazing. And obviously our mystery donor as well, who topped it up by 500. It's just mad. I just can't believe it. Like, when I saw like that leaderboard, I mean, we were hovering, we were like outside the top 20, and I was wondering, oh, maybe we'll get to top 10. But to smash the #1 spot is, oh god, I don't know what to say. Just thank you so much, everyone.
It's certainly been a fantastic effort from you, from Sam, Spanners, everybody who's put this together, and again, just a testament to the incredible work that you guys have done. But if you don't mind, I'm going to pester you about your team strategy for a little bit. You've got yeah, well, okay, well, you tell me, because we've got Alex that stopped 6 seconds longer than Andy was during the switch over there. Have we got two different strategies on the go there? Was one stopped for a shorter amount of time? Is there a difference in tires there? What's going on?
I'd love to say it's this amazing algorithm we've done, and that's why Alex stopped longer. Truth is, Andy pitted, or Stephen pitted, and his crew chief kicked in and decided to give him 60 litres instead of the amount he was after. I'll keep that under my hat. But yeah,
oh dear.
So yeah, it wasn't as long as they were first planning, but those guys have been saving fuel like nobody's business, and still been doing amazing lap times. So me and Dommersberg have just been trying to match them, to be honest, because the fuel saving and pace has just been unreal.
Well, now you had a bit of a scary moment at Cop's Corner as well. Nicely avoided the barriers, I must say. But that, of course, has put your sister car back in front. Are you going to let those guys race at some point?
I feel like Andy and Stephen have earned third place. So yeah, no, there's not going to be any team orders from me. If something happens, it happens. But no, they thoroughly deserved it. For my spin, yeah, I literally just tuned out for a second. I forgot to shift down to fourth, and it got me all. I just flapped and spun the car.
Oh well, there's no shame in it. There are plenty of better drivers that have managed to face the wall at some point today, and you kept out the barriers. So that's all that really matters. I'm going to let you get back to your guys, but just congratulations again on smashing that target.
Yeah, thank you everyone, and just from the bottom of my heart, like, thank you, Mr. Apex, thank you to you guys again. Like, the commentary and the stream's been amazing by Steve, and I was just a little fanboy that sort of reached out, and you guys just embraced this idea and made it possible. So yeah, thank you so much.
It's a pleasure to be doing this for you, Alex. So thank you again, and yeah, we'll let you get on. Cheers.
Thanks.
So here is the third place car, the Marlin Motorsport yellow car, Andy flag, and by the looks of it, will be 2 Porsche and 2 Lamborghini in the top 4. A couple of very nice comments that have come in the YouTube super chat. VH says, have been busy today, but seeing you're still streaming made my evening. Great race for a great cause. And Martin Dooley as well, putting £5 in the super chat. Says, great effort all, good cause benefiting, a bit more than 2 cents, but not quite £500 either. Any donation is very much appreciated. Make sure you click the link in the description to get your donations to MacMillan Cancer Support in.
And there's just been a change of place for 9th and 10th. The JWR men in map have just overtaken the Only Fools Gaming, so that limping BMW with the damage is still slightly tumbling down the order, although I think he's going to stay in the top 10 realistically with a minute and a half ahead of the Loosey Goosey Racing team. But just imagining what could have been if there wasn't for that unfortunate incident that took the beautiful nose off that lovely car.
Yeah, 86 seconds clear of the Lucy Goosey racing car in 11th place there. So a top 10 finish still very much on the cards for the Only Fool Gaming crew. And must say we were rooting for this one. A nice Twitch community that brings together iRacers. And yeah, certainly that car has seen better days, but it looks like a top 10 finish is still very much on cards there. Got enough time to sing the praises of Sam Swallow, again, drafted into that team last minute and doing a great job in the men in map. Number 14, BMW.
It is impressive, and also he was training with his team right up until the last few days in a different car, and we were saying earlier on that they will have quite different characteristics to drive, so being able to change with very little practice and still put in the lap times that he's doing and the race pace that he's got is impressive. He's actually at the moment he's in P9, but ahead of him on track is Dennis Miser in the Red Foxes, and he's in P6, a lap ahead, but he is definitely putting pressure on him to try and unlap himself because he's got superior pace on track at the moment.
Certainly looks that way, doesn't it? It was a 2:01.6 last time for Sam Swallow, 2:02.3 for Meisner last time around, so definitely a fair bit of pace in hand there. This might be his run, actually, coming out of Chapel. No, it doesn't actually get it done into Stoke. Looked like a bit of oversteer moment for the JWR guy. He's looking every which way past the Ferrari here.
There's definitely a difference in setup between those two cars. That Ferrari all day has been very slippery down the straights, and so even when you get a run on him, it's quite hard to pass. And you see he's coming down the Hamilton straight here. He got a better exit, but that Ferrari just pulls away down the straights.
Well, I know it's a meme at this point, but the BMW GT cars are pretty big, and I mean, just in terms of drag, that is going to put them at a disadvantage compared to something as sleek as the Ferrari, for example.
Absolutely, and you can see him monstering him through the arena section, and then they get onto the Wellington straight here, tucked right into the slipstream. He moves to the inside to signal his intent. I think he has got him this time.
Hey, nicely done. Has allowed the Only Fools Gaming BMW to close up ever so slightly as well. But I doubt he'll be mounting too much of an attack on the JWR car. Another comment from Martin Dooley as well to praise the efforts of yourself and myself and Spanners and Ellen, who've been in the commentary box as well, to say great effort. I've dipped in and out all day, even been out on the kayak, but you lot have been full on awesome. Oh, thank you very much, Martin. That's a very kind comment for you to put in the YouTube chat room there. And if you have any comments of your own as well, then please do send them in to the live YouTube chat room. And if you haven't already, please subscribe to the Missed Apex F1 channel for our podcast live streams. And if you didn't know, we have a second channel, Missed Apex Motorsport, where we usually stream our iRacing endeavours, such as the Missed Apex iRacing F3 Cup and our iRacing podcast as well.
Yeah, and we're not going to get much of a break before we move on to the next Formula 3 Cup. I believe there's going to be one next month or very soon after, which will be round 3, I believe, of the new series.
It's in the coming weeks, that's for sure. And yeah, round 3, and you can catch up on the entire season, all the races fully uploaded onto YouTube as well. You can catch up on the season so far, and I would highly recommend that you do. It is just immense racing, a grid of about 40-50 cars on a regular basis, and is just fantastic events every single time.
And there's plenty of action going on up and down the field in those races, so absolutely do check them out. Speaking of action up and down the field, I'd say probably the closest is the JWR Shake and Bake Off. They are less than 1.5 seconds behind the offline racing team, who appear to be just tucked up behind the Turnip team. These guys are in position 11 and 12, so that's fighting over a really good position there, given the time that we are in the race. Turnip team moves over to the outside to see if they can allow the offline racing team through without too much hassle.
Yep, it's the two Cooks that are about to do battle. Not related. Matt Cook is without an E. Daniel is with an E. So they've now got the back marker in between them now, but definitely the offline racing car there in 12th place, doing a pretty good job. But the JWR car has been sort of reeling it in over the last few laps, and again was half second quicker that time around.
He was until he got checked up by the Turnip car through the club section. He flashed his lights in disgust as he went past. But you know what they say about too many cooks, Chris?
Does that apply on a racetrack?
I don't know. I think we're about to find out as they pass to each other.
Oh dear, coming up to the final hour now. 64 minutes remain in this one. Still got a projected lap count of 357, which is pretty nuts. I imagine most of these drivers won't want to see Silverstone for a little while after this.
I'm pretty sure I don't want to see this seat ever again. It's been having to shift around and get myself a couple of cushions just so I can.
Well, I've made sure I had the comfy chair for this one. There was no way in hell I had enough pillows to make the uncomfy chair work for this one. So I'm doing all right. Actually, I'm not going to complain about my chair at all. It's very comfortable. Dan Fisher in the YouTube chat room rooting on Sam Swallow and the JWR crew. Let's give it stick for the last hour, he says. So certainly rooting on the yellow and red cars in this one. And in response to these drivers probably not want to see Silverstone for a while, Richard Molden in Race Control has recommended we use Silverstone for the next F3 Cup round, which I think will be met with universal no.
Absolutely, and we just see hopefully the final stop for the Apex Predators team. Although 1 hour and 2 minutes, that is a bit tight for them, who've been quite thirsty on fuel. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have wanted to have come in at that point. Danny Henney jumps out the car, and the final stint will be going to Scott Tuffy by the looks of things.
Yep. So, Tuffy getting in for the final stint. 62 minutes, they should be able to eke that out with a bit of fuel saving. If they had to get a splash and dash, that really would put them out of position, really, wouldn't it? So they're going to have to make this one last. Otherwise they're at risk of losing out to the ESR Red Foxes crew, and indeed to the Dark Frogs Racing car as well, depending on how long they're stationary for.
The Dark Frogs have just come in just behind them with Pete Tong on the on board.
Yeah, so, well, if that car doesn't come in for the remainder of the race, but the Apex Predators does, then that's 2 positions they could potentially lose. Bearing in mind that they sort of should be in 5th place, really. We've missed out, sadly, on these guys battling for a spot on the podium at this stage in the race after the issue that Danny Henney had colliding with a out-of-control back marker. And that has put them out of the battle for the podium. Unfortunately, we were looking forward to seeing how that one would pan out, but we have the 2 Marlin Motorsport cars doing so. And now that gap really is as big as that has been all race. 21 seconds between the yellow and blue crews.
And
Danny Hennyhead colliding
and
with
being reliably
a
informed
out
from
of
the
control
pit
back
wall
marker.
From the Apex Predators team
And,
that they
that
should
has put them out
be able
of
to make the end
the battle for the podium.
based on
Unfortunately, we
some
were
epic fuel
looking
saving
forward to
there
seeing
done
how
by
that one
Danny.
would
Still
pan
having
out,
some
but we have the two
mega pace
Marlin
while he was
Motorsport cars
fuel saving to get them into that position.
doing
so well
so.
done from Danny.
And now, great job there. And you wouldn't expect anything less from him, really. He takes his iRacing very seriously indeed. And we are just coming up now to the final hour. There it is.
Control, 1 hour plus 1 lap remaining. 1 hour plus 1 lap remaining.
And yes, of course, that's a detail we mustn't forget. When we hit 0 on the counter, there will be plus 1 lap remaining.
Yeah, no stopping on the final lap malarkey. Don't want any of that, thank you very much.
Well, yes, if you were a lap short, you would be pretty miffed about that, really, wouldn't you? And of course, that's the extra lap that Stuffy's got to eke out of this McLaren fuel tank, really. Now, we've been talking about the penalties for incident points. NRG Racing in second place, now up to 71. And in this final hour, Brian Boozer is going to have to drive like an absolute saint.
And I think here comes Spanish to tell you off for saying the number of incident points.
No, not at all. Who's in the comms? We've got a bit of space and time. I think I've got some people who I'd like to bring in for a chat from Lucy Goosey Racing. I think they're quite interesting. I think you might want to ask them about their event and how it's gone. What do you think?
Oh, go for it. Yeah.
They're a bit wild. I'm just gonna chuck them straight in and see what happens.
Could be a drive-through, bro.
Okay, so they should have just appeared. Lucy Goosey Racing, you are in our broadcast channel on our stream, and I will leave you in the capable hands of Chris and Chris.
Chris and Chris, how's it going?
Hey guys, yeah, we're doing fantastic. How are you guys doing?
It's been a roller coaster, man. We've had the highs and the lows of being on the podium spaces. But yeah, in the last stint, Mike's has put in a sensational drive. He's kind of put us back where we want to be. So we're just hoping now that we can continue this until the end of the race.
Yeah, and you guys are in for a top 10 finish overall as well. You guys have been showing some great pace out there.
Exactly. Mike, I'll let you comment on that one.
Yeah, we've just been trying our best, and we really got screwed in the first couple of laps, but we've tried to make that right.
Shade!
Mike, is your back hurting from carrying Denzel through the 12 hours?
A little bit. I've been racing the last stint for 3.5 hours now, so I am a bit tired, but
wow, the exposure's real.
It's gotta be done.
I thought I was bringing you here as friends, but Lucy Goosey Racing, I've been on track with you guys as well, and really provided like some intelligent racing as well. Denzel, it was very hard to get past you.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Richard. Yeah, I mean, it's our first race with this community, but generally me and Mike have been on the same thing for around 2 years now. So, we know what it is to be clean and to be fair, and it's nice to see those principles uplifted in this community as well.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't seen the behind-the-scenes shady deals that,
the Michael Matty cut.
It's too soon. We're not going to talk
Probably
about
too soon, bro. You don't want to scare us off just for that.
So, Lucy Goosey Racing, good luck bringing it home. The killer question is, would you come and race with Mr. Apex again?
Mikey, I'll let you take this one away.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow, Denzel can't commit. Wow, okay, great.
hey, man.
It's me to carry him, so.
Hey, I offer emotional support. I'll just let you know.
I didn't know that was a job in a racing team, and being announced to Aston Martin for emotional support is Denzel Clark.
Hey, man, Gunther Steiner does it.
That's true. Lucy Goosey Racing, thanks. Bring it home. Give that emotional support, and come back in the next event.
Oh, thank you so much, guys. Awesome. Catch up with you guys soon.
Thanks for joining us, fellas. Great to hear from those guys in the Lucy Goosey Lamborghini. Car number 69, second in the silver class. and 10th overall as well.
I'm gonna drag some other people in. Only Fools Racing as well. They might be a bit angry at race control still. Should we get them? Should we give a chat with
Well,
them?
let's ask them how they've managed to keep going with no front on their car.
Okay, tell you what, I'm just going to start bringing them in one by one, and you can start talking to them. Here we go.
Okay.
It takes a second, though. The magic of Discord.
I was about to say Craigslist then, but is it Craig set up shop?
You're on the stream. We've moved you to the broadcast channel. Don't say rude words.
Hello to Only Fools Gaming.
I've brought in all three of Only Fools Racing into the broadcast channel. Hello, gentlemen. I'm going to hand you over to Chris and Chris.
Hey guys, how was your race going so far? You have been going quite a while, no front end on that car, but still with some decent pace.
James, you're our spokesman.
Yeah, it's been an interesting race, lads. We've had a few incidents. Look, we've already spoke about that to Spanners, but it's all good. It's all good fun. It's all for charity. But yeah, as the race has been, we've made a few mistakes with the with the tyres. I think we wasn't sure what to do with the temperatures, so we was mainly taking just the lefts. But we've since found out that we could have actually double stinted some of the tyres. So yeah, it's been an interesting race so far. But thanks for having us.
No worries. And go ahead, Spanish.
No, I was going to say we didn't double stint at all because we were looking at people ahead of us that had double stinted early on, and we found that we were catching them. So we just went, I didn't see the point. But then we're only in 15th, so maybe don't listen to us. Chris, you were saying?
So you guys are currently 12th at the minute. Do you think you can break into that top 10 by the end of the race, or is it still a bit of damage limitation?
John, go on. Let them know what happened.
Yeah, just a little bit. Basically, I came out of the pit, pressed the wrong button to talk to my team, and pressed my pit limiter button and undid the pit limiter 10 metres too early, and we got a hold in the pits for 15 seconds. So it's now feels like I need to recover for us, but it's looking touch and go with the fuel. I think in about 40 litres or so, we'll have to start lifting and coasting to try and get to the end and not have that extra pit stop that we're going to need.
Can I make you feel a little bit better? Mark Greenhow, John Lang, and Peter Shilcott's team, they had a technical issue to start with, so the driver on the grid couldn't grid up, so they had to tow. The second driver forgot to set the pit limiter, sped in the pit lane, and then out of instinct, because you're used to doing this when you're practicing, saw the black flag and just pulled over and hit tow, and ended up volunteering an extra tow. And they started the race.
Oh, that's a shame.
4 laps down. So, and we have had at least one. We've had at least one Colin crash in the pit lane. So even after all the injustices and adventures, do you think you guys would come back and race with me, Statex?
Yeah, definitely. It's been good fun, mate. I quite like these events. They're always good fun. It's nice to just turn up and drive, innit, with someone else doing all the organisation for you.
Yeah, there's that. Don't worry, my marriage might survive this event. It might do. Thank you very much. Only Fools Racing. I'll leave you to shuffle on back to your pit boxes, and I can hope we can make up that 15 seconds.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers, lads.
Joining
Thanks
us,
for having
fellas. Only Fools Gaming there, joining us for the first time in the number 44 BMW M4, currently in 12th place overall.
And that 15 seconds is now only 9.5 seconds. So the car in front of them, the JWR Murdoch on the Caterham Express in the Porsche 911, is being closed down at a relatively quick rate of knots. And then it's only 20 seconds ahead to the Loosey Goosey Racing team. So last two teams we've heard from might well find themselves fighting over the same bit of tarmac in the final minutes of this race. Despite the damage on the front of that OFG car, I'm still absolutely astounded that they can keep going at this sort of pace with virtually no front end.
Well, we heard it from the Only Fools boys. It's now a bit of an effort to make it to the end of the race with just the 10 stops by the looks of it. Looks like we've still got one more to come from the top 5. But a lot of these guys, like the Apex Predators cars, probably the Dark Frogs Racing as well, will be trying to get through on the to the end of the race.
Speaking of which, the yellow Marlin Motorsport car just ducks into the pit lane, so this will be for their 11th and possibly final, well, definitely final stop now. And as they trundle down the pit lane, they have a slender advantage over the blue team, so the blue team will then take over that 3rd place. But obviously we'll then expect them in the next few laps or so the status quo will be resumed. And although Alex was on the stream saying that he was saying that the yellow car was fully deserving of the 3rd place, I think he'll be kicking himself inside that they haven't quite got there yet, and there's still some time left to go. So we'll see if they can chase down that still quite slender gap to P3 and then have a little bit of a battle towards the end. And the 2 cars together could afford to have a little battle because there's a good minute and a half behind them to the ESR Red Foxes. Quietly going about their race. They're in a bit of a space of their own now because they are 1 minute and 20 seconds behind the Marlin Motorsport boys and a good 1 minute 30 seconds ahead of the NRG Racing Ingredients team with Sam Harper. They do have the Apex Predators in between them though, 40 seconds behind, and they have Stuffy on for the final stint, and we'll see if he can close down that 40 seconds in 48 minutes remaining. Is going to be a tough ask for that team to drag that back, although the Red Foxes may well have a final stop to do, so it's going to be very tight.
I just want to read out a couple more of the donations. GT3 Convert has donated £61. Hopefully that's somebody that I was able to appeal to in the YouTube chat room with our GT3 passion. And Stuart Neal putting in £20 as well. Says great job, gang. Mark Greenhow getting in the YouTube chat room as well. What a serious race this has been. 11 hours ago we had our technical issue on the grid. Collected ourselves by assuming we pick up some places due to crashes and penalties, and well, they've not given up, that is for sure, and good on them. Perseverance for that team, and a great job all round there with 47.5 plus 1 lap remaining in this race. And yeah, so we have just 3/4 of an hour remaining in this race, and some of the drivers now, it looks like it's going to be on the edge for them whether they're going to make it through to the end of the race.
You should say without hitting the 75 points, not like they're just going to die and crash or whatever.
Well, I was thinking more on fuel, but also yes, because
right, yeah.
Now the NRG will get just edging closer to that penalty, really, as are the Loosey Goosey Racing team as well. So definitely something to keep an eye out for in the closing stages of this race.
And we also have no, go for it. No, you go for it. I was just noting that 2 of my teams are racing 3 seconds apart to the finish. So.
Well, they are, but we also are joined in the commentary box by some of the stars of the race. We've got Danny Henney and Alex Van Gien for the Apex Predators team. It's been a bit of an eventful race, boys. Danny, tell us your perspective.
I'll talk for Danny.
Hold on.
Oh, there he is.
I'm here, hold on, let me just get set up. I told Rich to send me a message, 1 sec. Right, fire away.
And we were just saying it's been a particularly eventful race for you boys in green. How's it been from your seat in the one of the best seats in the house, I'd imagine?
Stressful. I was gutted with that last stint. I mean, I said as long as Carl kept to within 30 seconds, I'll come out and give it a go. And it was going to plan so well. I had ridiculous pace. The car come alive just in the heat. And it was all going great till that incident. So, yeah, fired us off and crabbed it down the grass as best I could. But then since then, we've just been, unfortunately, they put me on a leash after that for fuel saving. So I think we saved 4 laps of fuel on that stint, which has put us back on a good run plan so we can get to the end with, that was the last stop for us with Stuffy. So yeah, we're there and thereabouts again and hoping for a bit of bad luck for a few of the others in front.
Yeah, so Alex, it really was pretty impressive fuel saving there from Danny.
I mean, to do that kind of pace while fuel saving was very impressive. And I don't like complimenting Danny. It bugs me to a really, really deep emotional level. But he did a stunning job, and he's basically carried this team, him and Stuffy, and then to a lesser extent me and Kyle. So it's been a pleasure to be part of this team.
You say that though, Alex, but actually the whole team all the way through has had good pace and kept it, pretty much, in the hunt for that podium all the way through, barring the odd collision or two. But yeah, it's been a
I mean, that's a big thing. That's not like barring when you have to stop.
Hang on. You say collision or two. We got hit by a back marker who rejoined the track unsafely.
Failed to avoid. Got it.
But no, it was. I mean, listen. Well, I wasn't massively happy with my performance, but I was up against Brad and Brian, so what can you do against two absolute stars like that? Actually, no, it was still Luca, I think, when I was out. But either way, that was just such. It was the pace of the top sort of 5 guys has been, as in 5 individual drivers. I say the 2 of the guys from NRG, the 2 or 3 guys from Butler Pal and Danny. They're just such leagues above, I think, everybody else in the field. It's been incredible performances from those guys, and everyone else is fighting for second place.
I wouldn't disagree with that.
What a surprise! The ego wouldn't disagree with that.
Well, you're not winning the driver's driver vote so far. It's tied between Andy Flagg and Thor Qualman.
Fix.
So, well, you need to get your votes in, don't you?
Oh no! Don't tell Danny that.
The fastest lap is worth 55 seconds in this event. I hope we mention that.
Told you.
But they're probably going to get a penalty, aren't they?
What was the lap? What he did, Steve?
I'll get that information for you in a little bit. But would you do a Missed Apex endurance event again? That's the big question. And are you aware that we've hit our total of £4,000 for charity by someone?
Yes, but Bernie Heckleston did a great job.
I think on the event spanners, I think it's been brilliant. Really good for everybody to come out and support a good cause. Fantastic that we've hit the target, what we're aiming for. And I think, would I do another one? This one I've actually enjoyed. Obviously, I've done a couple before and they didn't quite work out. But this I thought was really, really good. It's a bit, as Alex said, a bit frustrating, not in challenging for the win.
Yeah, I know. You're with your team. What team would you join next time, Danny?
I'm actually happy with my team. I must admit, it's not the team. I think we made an okay choice with the car. I think what caught us out was obviously the amount of fuel what it went through. That was certainly something what didn't really highlight to us, and it was quite heavy on the tyres. But I'm proud of the team. They've done a good job. Definitely Alex is last on that list, but it's been all right.
But before you burn more bridges, thank you very much, Apex Racing, and get it home. Bring it home. Have a good one. Thank
Apex Predators Racing. Thank you.
Missed Apex Racing. Got it.
You weren't predators to many apexes at certain points. Now, now, while we were talking to those guys, the second place Porsche came into the pits for its final stop, and now the lead car, the Butler Power Motorsport Porsche, into the pits as well for what will be their final stop. And a short splash and dash, really. Only 40 minutes remaining in the race. Meanwhile, we can take a closer look at Offline Racing's Tim Ellis having to defend away from the JWR Murdoch on the Caterham Express Porsche, with James Wingfield at the wheel of that car battling over 12th place.
And checking on Team Turnip and Team Chili at some point when you get a chance, but I'll catch you guys in a bit.
Yes, so Team Turnip still in that 4th placing class, aren't they? Now that things have sort of, well, leveled out with the Team Chili car, but they are nose to tail at the moment, battling over that position. And the 3rd VSR car, the Tomato car, in 17th, currently has Matt Trumpets at the wheel as well. So that is one to look out for. As now Connor Bell has set the fastest lap of the race in the meanwhile on a 59.6. So we really are starting to see the performance of these cars come through, with the track temperature dropping to 25 degrees, 6:30 p.m. in sim time, 9:30 in the UK now, and yeah, it's no wonder the times are starting to improve. I just wonder if we can get Luca Harrison in for some final words as well as we come to the closing stages of this race, because they have been a mightily impressive team. And I'd like to know as well if they think they can get to the end of the race on less than 75 incident points. So maybe Chris, you can go and bring Luca in, hopefully, if he's free. As yeah, Wingfield and Ellis getting very close together as well. And actually, the loosey-goosey Lamborghini just behind them as well. So this is a 3-car battle now between these guys for 11th place. Coming through Cops Corner, and Ellis is going to have to get every trick in the book to keep these guys behind. I think they will be going to the finish, all three of these. Well, certainly the loosey-goosey will have just come in to the pits. But we'll see how the other 2 cars fan out in the remaining 38 minutes of this race. And oh, here comes the loosey-goosey car down the inside into Stowe Corner on James Wingfield there. That was a very nice move from Mike Fowler to take 12th place away from the James Wingfield Racing Porsche. And now it's got his sights set on Tim Ellis once again for that 11th place spot. I've got to say, if I was going to have a Driver of the Day vote again, Mike Fowler would certainly be on my list.
This has been an astounding final stint from him, and that was a very forceful move to come down the inside there. He left him with no aspersions that he was coming through, and he's going to make a similar move on Tim Ellis at some point, I'm sure, in the very near future. He is looking very racy coming into this final hour.
Indeed, loosey-goosey looking very racy again on Mike Fowler here. May well have a run on him down into Brooklands. I look towards the inside, and Ellis will have to go the long way around into Brooklands. That, of course, will turn into the inside for Luffield. But can Mike Fowler go all the way around the outside? Well, he's certainly earned some space there, that's for sure. And he's still not giving up on this one, actually, as they're going to be side by side towards Cops Corner. No, just cuts across the nose there. Does Tim Ellis, and it's as you were for another few corners. And we do have yes, we do have Luca Harrison in the commentary booth with us. Luca, we're coming up to the final half an hour, and you guys still running strong in second place there. To be second only to what is a pro esports outfit is mightily impressive from you guys.
Yeah, it's been a good race. I mean, I've never before finished within the top 10 laps in an endurance race. This finish on the lead laps are very much a change from that. So yeah, it's been a good race.
Oh, a fantastic job. But I noticed you guys are sort of closing in. You're getting dangerously close to that incident point limit. Do you think you can get through the remaining 35 minutes without racking up a penalty?
Well, I was given strict warning that we had to save a bit of ins, so I did 4 ins in my second set of 2 hours, and then Boom Boom's come out. He got 4 ins in half an hour. We're like, what are you doing? No, but he'll be fine. He'll back off a bit when he gets closer. He hasn't got in a couple more laps.
Yeah, I mean, you've got nearly a full lap over the third place car, so you guys are sitting pretty for a second place finish. And I think if this was one of our karting events, we would probably call it the corporate win, the gentleman's win.
Yeah, so our goal is to lap that Andy Flag car. We're currently 2 seconds behind, so we're trying to get that before the end of the race.
Yeah, well, just staying on the same lap as that But the Power crew is mighty impressive as far as I'm concerned. So, yeah, great job by all 3 of you guys.
Yeah, it's been a fun one.
Cool. Well, we'll let you get back to your team. But thanks for
man.
coming and speaking to us again. And good luck for the remaining 34 minutes.
We're going to need some. Safety car time.
So Chris, coming back to the on-track action, there's been some side-by-side between the 3 that we're currently watching, but also looking at the VSR stable. Turnip and Chili are still only a second apart, but I'm hearing that both of them need to do a splash and dash just before the end, so it's going to be quite interesting. As Fowler here is going down the inside into Stowe.
Absolutely. So these guys getting very close into the Vale chicane last time round, and this time it looks a lot easier for Mike Fowler as he gets up the inside of Stowe, and that is 11th place for the Lamborghini. And Tim Ellis finally has to yield that one.
It's galling to be losing a position in the final half an hour of the race, but I think he's not going to take this one lying down. He's tucked himself right back into the slipstream again. I think his only real chance before Mike Fowler runs away is back into the arena complex. Let's see if he's got the wherewithal to stuff it down the inside. Not this time around.
I mean, after 11 and a half hours of racing, these 3 cars are separated by less than a second. You can't make it up, really, can you?
It's pretty impressive, and to be fighting this with this much passion coming into this last half an hour, it is just quite amazing to see. Let's see if James Wingfield here can resume that battle with Tim Ellis. I think Mike Fowler's got the pace on both these 2, but Ellis and Wingfield seem to be pretty well matched. As Tim Ellis gets slightly sideways coming out of Brooklands there, so he's put himself on the back foot coming down the rear straight here.
Looks that way. I think Wingfield will take a couple of corners to just regain that composure, and he seems to have the raw pace at the moment over Tim Ellis, so there's no need to be rushing it, just pick the right moment.
And just to keep you up to date with the Team Turnip versus Team Chili, the vegetable race going on for P15 and 16, it looks like Turnips at the moment have got the edge over Chili with only a second between them, but it is still incredibly close between the 2.
Yeah, Jose O'Donnell at the wheel of that car, and definitely a very quick racer at the wheel of that car, and doing a great job, and I think just eking out a little bit over the Chili car, and I think I would expect nothing less from Jose, really. So we are coming up on that final half an hour now, 30 minutes and 30 seconds. Don't forget +1 lap remaining in this one. A few drivers that might have to make a splash and dash. Still, Scott Tuffy in 5th place, aiming to not be one of them. If we can just eke out that fuel to the end of the race, it's going to be nip and tuck for a lot of these drivers.
You've got Scott following the 2nd place NRG car very closely round the circuit, going through Copse at the moment, and they are also, as they were saying, catching up with Andy Flagg in the yellow Marlin Motorsports car, just ahead of them.
Yeah, actually, lapping at a very similar pace at the moment are the 2nd and 5th place cars.
I think Scott looks like he's getting frustrated sitting behind Boomsma here, so he's going to have to try and make his way past rather carefully, I would suggest, at this stage of the race.
Yes. That would be, yeah, probably quite wise. I don't think Brian will take too kindly to Stuffy coming through. This big gaggle of cars really is all backing up behind Tim Ellis there. So Mike Fowler's kind of going off into the distance, but behind Ellis, yeah, we've got James Wingfield, that's for position, but then Andy Flagg in the Marlin Motorsport yellow car in 3rd place. And then just behind them, another one of the JWR cars, the BMW, then the 2nd place Porsche, and the 5th place McLaren as well. So, yeah, big mix of drivers all kind of running at different paces, but have found themselves all on the same bit of tarmac at the minute.
And speaking of the same bit of tarmac, let's switch our attention to P15 with the Turnip and Chili Racing battle. It's now down to 0.4 of a second with Joshua in the chili car really turning up the heat, if you'll excuse the pun, on the Turnip team. I've been waiting all race for that one, Chris. I have been waiting all 11 and a half hours for that.
Oh man, I can't even kick you out at this point. Worth remembering, the Turnip car is the one that has spanners ready on board its crew, along with EJ Anderson and Mike Stoner. And then the Chile crew has got 3 Danes on board, or 2 Danes. I'm not actually sure where Kevin Kinsella's from. I never asked him, but certainly
he's an honorary Dane today.
Yep, that would be. Do you know what? Actually, I'm talking absolute rubbish. Ignore everything I've just said, because Lachlan Holiday is from the US, as far as I know, and actually joining us from Dory's clan of drivers. But it is the Dutchman at the wheel of the chili car for now. That is for certain. So with less than half an hour remaining in this race, we have just enough time to remind you of why we are racing here today. We're racing in the name of Marlin McGlone, a avid Missed Apex listener who sadly lost his battle with cancer last August. And today we are racing in his name and raising money for MacMillan Cancer Support. So if you are just joining us for the last 30 minutes, there is a link in the description of this video to donate money through the Game Heroes page. Please do so. We are currently at £4,550, smashing that target of £4,000 that we set ourselves, and still number 1 on the Game Heroes platform. Thank you very much to everyone who's donated, including in the last few minutes. The support for offline racing, and another anonymous donator as well. It's an extra £30 in the pot. So thank you to you guys, and if you haven't already, please do contribute to the final total. And I know we've had over £1,000 come in just from Brad Philpott's stream as well. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in to that stream and supported us along the way.
Coming back to Tim Ellis, he is definitely holding up a little bit of a queue here, with James Wingfield looking for a way past in this battle for 12th and 13th place. But I imagine the leading cars are quite happy with this pace to continue as it is for now. I'm not sure they want to get involved with the squabbles that are going on ahead of them.
Yeah, there's very little to gain at this point. And the last thing you want to do is drop it so close to home as well. Trying to navigate a car that you weren't really under pressure to do so. But the battle for position between Ellis and Wingfield certainly is an interesting one. Wingfield seems to have a run here in 13th place there. So he's having a little run down the Wellington Straight, a look towards the inside as well. This could be just a chop of the nose there from Tim Ellis, but goes wide out of Brooklands and into Luffield, but still the long way round is given to James Wingfield. Manages to get a really good exit though. They'll be side by side as they come towards Copse Corner. Wingfield with a great run down here, and once again Ellis just able to cut across the nose as they head towards the right-hander.
They would have been millimetres in that, Chris. They were so close. They're racing very firmly towards the end of this race. Firmly but fairly so far.
There's the way to do so. Now, of course, we've got the third place car, the Marlin Motorsport number 57 yellow car, closing in behind them as well, followed by the second place NRG Racing Porsche. A nice big queue of cars there, but two of them battling for position. There are two of them at the head of that field. And, I was about to say they were coming up on the Shamrock Wattle Rose JWR car, but no, sorry, the Bare Metal Attraction JWR car, but John Cox just brought that car into the pits, so that gives them just a little bit more clear air to work with.
I think that's very sensible. I would not want to get involved in this battle.
Daniel Cook showing his support for Tim Ellis in the YouTube chat room there. Unsurprisingly so. But as we're coming into the closing stages, Wingfield's going to start running out of opportunities pretty quickly here.
And just behind them, we are about to see that lapped event. So Boomsman getting very close to the back of Andy Flagg. He pulls out just as Wingfield does as well.
So no way through for Wingfield, but Flagg and Boomsma here actually having a bit of a tussle. Flagg wasn't taking that lying down. And a bit of news for Andy Flagg actually has just been voted driver of the day by the other drivers. And so maybe that's just put a little pep in his step there, trying to repel Brian Boomsma. But Andy Flagg is your driver of the day in the third place Marlin Motorsport number 57 Lamborghini. And we see him in the middle of this pack at the moment, behind the two cars squabbling for position in 12th and 13th place. Keeping at bay for now, the second place Porsche of Brian Boomsma and the fifth place McLaren of Scott Tuffy.
And Boomsma does have to be incredibly careful in this fight because he is only a few shy of a drive-through penalty. So he's got to keep it clean, which is why maybe he was staying well clear of the back of that yellow Lamborghini ahead.
Well, one bit of contact will be a 4X and a penalty, and that was another one picked up for track limits just there, up to 73 now. So even a half spin would trigger the drive-through penalty for the NRG Racing crew. Not that it's really going to make much difference, to be honest. The only thing that could really stop them is heavy damage to that car, because, as you say, the car that is closest to them on track is the one that's right in front of them. And so, if they're about to put a lap on them, then there's really no need to start getting the elbows out, really, and risk damage battling a car that you've got such an advantage over.
I think someone needs to tell him that, because it's looking very, very racy.
Trying, yeah.
It's getting quite tight in here. As I say, there's a cork in the bottle that is just bringing us some nice close action here. And you've just got to be so careful not to trip over each other, lads. Come on, there's only 20 minutes left. Keep it clean.
Complete contrast to our race leader, Connor Bell, at the moment. He's got wonderful clear air around him. But the second and third place cars find themselves in a bit of traffic. And I tell you what, this lot are also coming up on Nick Alexander in the Nelf Racing Porsche. That's all the way down in 20th place as well. So there's another cork in the bottle.
Should we call that one the cage on top of the champagne? I'll call it that. But, yeah, he's
and then at what point is it the little gold, wrapping on top of that as well? So Ellis trying to dispatch of the Nelf Racing Porsche immediately down the inside of Stowe. Seeing plenty of weaving down the straight.
Quite
and,
sensibly.
well, he just gets out of
it.
Yeah, that was effective. That was efficient. Yeah.
And Boomsma is definitely getting very racy there. Just stuck his nose in where it was not wanted. And he's doing it again. This is crazy stuff. Oh, he's hit the curb. Oh,
up on two wheels there. That was.
Yeah, I think he's getting bored of being in this pack. He needs to. He's certainly providing us a bit of entertainment coming into the last few minutes of the race.
Oh, that's for sure.
And he's got 74 points now.
Oh my God, he's only got one left. I mean, it won't make any difference really to the result, I think, unless he gets heavy damage, because the car that would pass him is the car that's right in front of him. They're pretty much at this point a lap ahead, and the drive-through won't be worth that much. So
I can't rule anything out at the moment, Chris.
Well, no, this is very true.
Even heavy damage is not ruled out right now. This is what we were saying. You have to make it to the finish. With 18 minutes to go, this is very, very on the line racing we've got here.
I wish this was for position, but it won't be left wanting. Still a great battle, and still those two cars actually fighting for position. Nothing separates them. Tim Ellis still leading James Wingfield, but behind them, there's very nervous driving going on. We're into the final 20 minutes now of this race. And apparently Andy Flagg getting on the in-game radio there, asking Brian how many incidents he's got left. Whether he got a response or not, I'm not sure, but will be a handy little reminder to Brian there. And certainly we'll be wanting that information. Sorry, I'm being told off by Rich for calling it in-game. It is actually called in-game chat, I think. So you can take that one where the sun don't shine, mate.
Speaking of the sun, speaking of the sun not shining again, the sun is setting on what has been an absolutely wonderful day of driving left, with only 15 minutes to go. That beautiful golden glow bathing the Silverstone circuit now. Ahead of this little gaggle of cars, we have yet another little roadblock in the Blue Wales team, which is sure to provide some more entertainment for us.
Yeah. While we do have just a bit of time left in the race, I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank you, Chris, for joining me for the vast majority of this race. As always, it is an absolute pleasure to share the commentary box with you, and a big thanks to Spanners and Ellen for filling in for us as well.
It has been an absolute pleasure, and this is certainly the longest race I've ever had the pleasure to commentate on, and it has been an absolute joy watching these guys go nose to tail, as Wingfield in fact is just about to do with Tim Ellis down the back straight. And it's just a wonderful thing to have been able to talk so much about such wonderful racing for the whole time through. It's been absolute joy.
Yep, just a nice excuse to talk about GT3 cars for 12 hours, really, isn't it? So, fantastic. Martin Joyce joining us in the YouTube chat room as well on the Missed Apex channel. Thanks for joining us, Martin. I hope you've been enjoying Brad's stream. And thanks for joining us for the last few minutes of this race, where the ESR Blue Whales car doing a Nelf Racing and just getting the heck out of the way of this gaggle of cars.
So who's your money on, Chris? Is it going to be Ellis or Wingfield for that P12 towards the end of the race?
Oh, blimey. Too close to call, really, isn't it? I would say Ellis, just because we know he's got some tricks up his sleeve when it comes to late race pressure. Always seems to come out on top in these battles. But of course, GT racing not exactly his forte. He's not 100% at home in this race. So we'll see how it develops. Still, no look
massive
from
pressure now.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say no look from Brian Boomsma since that little radio call about how many incident points do you have left. But James Wingfield now once again looking towards the inside of Brooklands, but just can't get alongside Ellis, despite him running wide there. Just can't find a way through.
It's been a feature of those Ferraris all race through. They've been very slippery down the straights, and that does just give them the edge in defending when they're able to if you park it on the apex and then just hammer the throttle, you should be able to keep ahead. But it is very tight into this last 15 minutes.
My team just had to do a splash and dash for 9 minutes worth of fuel.
Oh no.
But are the Chile team going to be doing the same, Spanners?
Well, they told us that they were going to have to pit, but that might have been a cruel trick. But we did say about an hour out, we all had a chat and we just went, it's really close. It's too close to not race. So let's just do gloves off, separate chats, and let's pound this out and have a good race. And it's worked out. It's been a fantastic battle between Joshua and Jose. And Mike Stoner offered Jose Gibraltar back if he held off Joshua. I'm not sure he's got the authority to do that, but there could be an international incident from VSR's racing here.
I'm sure he could find a rock somewhere to pass him. I'm not sure it would quite pass off as the real thing. This is the Rock of Gibraltar. Yeah, I'm not sure that would work. He's too clever for that. Yeah, we were just saying, Spanners, it's amazing that this late into the race we're getting this sort of racing going on with P12 and 13, obviously with you guys as well. There's a whole gaggle of cars.
And that gap back to NRG from Bradley's team has remained pretty constant at about 45 seconds to a minute, which is amazing after 12 hours, isn't it?
It is, although Brinkman does have to be incredibly careful. He is trying to size him up again. Maybe he was cooling off the tyres, but I think he desperately wants to have lapped third place and be the only one on the same lap as that Butler Power Sport team.
I think he's only got one incident point left.
Yeah.
Before he gets to drive through. So.
A bit tight.
Oh wow, there's loads of racing in that gaggle. Jeez.
Yeah, we're looking at a big squabble going on there. And among them, two cars fighting for position. The rest of them all, lapping traffic that so far hasn't been able to find its way through. This is what we've been looking at since the last 10-15 minutes. Really, it's been super close. Just at the front of the field, by the way, Connor Bell is having to deal with a rather stubborn Lamborghini in front of him. One of the JWR cars finally gets through into Brooklands. I was just sort of keeping an eye on that because at this stage in the race, the last thing Connor Bell needs is to get tangled up with a back marker especially with the NRG Racing Porsche still on the lead lap. Oh, as I say that, it gets a little out of shape there. And, well, hasn't lost anything really in terms of position, just a few seconds there.
It's a 1X. He's on 70.
That is a 1X. That is a 1X, and that is the drive-through. That is the drive-through. Now, that shouldn't really cost them in terms of position, but should anything happen to the Butler Power Motorsport car, it will definitely, just drop them out of contention. But that's 75X for Brian Boomsma, that little off-track excursion there, and that has handed them a drive-through penalty.
So with our teams, Team Chile have been allies for 11 hours, but now all of Turnip are looking and going, was that a 1X? Because they're on 70. Was that a 1X? Were they off track there? Guys, stop wishing them a drive-through. So the NRG guys have just come on the chat. Andy Flagg, our driver of the day, said, "Hey Brian, how are those incident points coming along?" and Luca came on the radio and went, "No." So they've just realised that they have a drive-through to serve.
Well, it's going to drop them out of this pack, but with a minute 56 over the third place car, not going to lose them anything in terms of position, really.
And you can see how quickly Stuffy's managed to close the gap to Andy Flagg ahead of him. So he's clearly being held up by this gaggle, but doesn't want to get involved in a late race incident going on here. So we'll see if he does make a move on Andy Flagg.
It's not worth the risk, but it's also a good excuse really for Stuffy to be doing some lift and coast and to be saving some fuel to make sure that he can get to the end of the race as Brian Boomsma comes in to serve his drive-through penalty. But we know, Stuffy was the one that was a little bit more on the edge with the fuel for this last stint, and with him able to just sit behind a gaggle of cars, getting some lift and coasting as well, this is only going to help his efforts to maintain that 5th place spot.
Absolutely, that's been the name of the game so far, all the way through, particularly with those Lamborghinis doing an excellent job. We've got just an update on Alex Dobitzberger in the car now. He's 15 seconds behind this little train. They've been squabbling, and that's allowed him to close the gap a little bit. I don't think it's going to be enough. As Wingfield goes to the inside, is this where the move happens, Chris?
Could well be. Once again, Ellis goes out wide, and this time Wingfield is able to draw clear by the time they turn into Luffield, and that does now look like 12th place for James Wingfield.
With only 7 minutes to go.
Brought 5 teams to this championship. He was the Bernie Ecclestone of this tournament. There's a few people I think that we need to just acknowledge helped us gather teams for a grid. Very hard to get this many drivers on. So James Wingfield for putting a lot of the guys who entered as individuals into teams, and as Tim Ellis looks like he's actually going to have another little nibble down the hanger straight. I'll leave that to you, Chris. Maybe not quite the legs to get through. But James Wingfield put 5 teams in and sorted out a lot of individuals. Karsten Lemschi and Thor Qualman also gathered a lot of the Danes as well. Engvild Andersen, he put together the vegetative state racing team that I was a part of. 3 teams that have had a great time so far in this race. And also to Brian Boomsma, who gathered 4 NRG teams as well to pump out our grid. And also thanks to you guys as well, because as much fun as you've had, I can hear in both your voices that it's been hard work.
I'm getting huskier and sexier by the minute. I don't know what you're talking about.
You are getting huskier.
Oh, thanks. So anyway, back to the on-track action. Flattery is not my thing. So in P7, we have a battle also emerging, Chris. I don't know if you've seen this one with Pete Tong in the Dart Frogs Racing, absolutely hounding the back of Sam Harper. 2 very fast drivers just coming into the final few minutes. And also Spanners from the chat room. I'm getting that Lachlan from your stable has said, as the representative for Team Chile, he'd like to say that they did need to pit, but they reserved enough fuel by drafting you. Because they're strategy masters. So you gave them the victory there.
They have run an absolutely fantastic race, and they also were individuals that had to come together. People dropped out at the last minute, and they did some great administrative skills, and they've really come together as a team today, and they have been absolutely fantastic. So I don't begrudge Team Chile at all for defeating the senior team. I'll remember this. I'll remember. No, but I'm sure a lot of the teams feel like this. Like VSR, we feel like a team now. And when there's another one of these events coming up, VSR want to be an entity within the Missed Apex competition. And I think a lot of teams feel like that after 14 hours at the event.
Final 5 minutes of this fantastic race. And we still do have battles on track, as you mentioned. Chris, the silver class leader, coming under pressure for 7th place overall from that Dark Frogs Racing Lamborghini that has been involved in quite a few battles across the day. We saw them charging through the order in the early stages of the race. Sam Harper currently at the wheel of the NRG Racing Audi that has just dominated that silver class. And standing in a very pretty 7th place overall. And just a few minutes left to resolve this, really. As before you know it, Connor Bell will start the final lap of the race.
He will, so yeah, lap 348 out of a likely 358. I don't think we're going to make that total now, Chris. It's more likely to be 350.
Something like that, yeah. Don't forget we have a +1 lap as well. So maybe 351 by the end there. Less than 4 minutes remain on the clock. And, a big dive to the inside there from Peter Tong in the Lamborghini. But no way through into Stowe Corner. And another little dive to the inside there, trying to show his nose to Sam Harper. Harper's having none of it.
I would be getting very nervous if I was Sam. He's got a back marker to try and negotiate as well. He's going to have to get him out of the way on this straight move to the inside. He's going to really show his nose. Oh, but he's not made it.
Getting very, very close there with the ESR Black Panthers car, and that has allowed Tong to really close up, but as they round up that car, there is not an opportunity for Tong to get through into Village. Practically nibbling away at the back of that Audi going into the loop. And I wonder if that's the opportunity for them to come through down the Wellington Straight. Harper going defensive to the inside.
It's massively aggressive here from Pete Tong. He is absolutely going hammer and tongs at it. In fact, he's outdone himself a bit there. Yeah, I think he unsighted himself into the braking zone, and that's given him a half a second bit of leeway. That might be enough, but there's still 2.5 minutes to go plus a lap, so there's still plenty of time for him to have one last good stab at Sam just ahead of him.
Could well be. Just a quick hello to Ellen in the chat room, joining us for the final few stages of this race. Thank you for joining us in the commentary booth earlier on, and indeed for these final few minutes. Your company is very much appreciated. And now Peter Tong here has dropped massively behind Sam Harper in those few corners there. Had a dramatic couple of corners, and suddenly his chances of 7th place are vanishing.
He must have got a slowdown through Cops, because he was very slow coming out of it, and he lost a good 1.5, 2 seconds there. I don't know what was going on, but he nearly got clattered into by the Black Panthers car behind him.
He's still losing the pace, because now he's about 3.5 seconds down as well. And I think you might be onto something with the slowdown penalty there, which is not something we've even mentioned all race, which I find quite astonishing, really. But there you go. So the white flags have come out apparently. So a minute remaining on the clock. And Connor Bell has been shown the white flag. So this is the final lap now. And just a few kilometres separating Butler Powell Motorsport and victory in the Marlin Memorial Cup. It wasn't plain sailing all the way. It never is in endurance racing. They had a really good squabble early on. Banged wheels with Luca Harrison for a little bit. All three drivers putting in quadruple stints. And that is a monumental effort in and of itself. But all three drivers have been absolutely imperious. As soon as Philpott put them in at the front of the field, they have just run away with it. More than a minute in front of the second placed NRG Racing Porsche.
You save 11 seconds by not changing drivers, and they saved 9 by doing double stints.
Absolutely, they've done a fantastic job on it. And here comes the checkered flag now for Connor Bell. It's victory for Butler Powell Motorsport in the Marlin Memorial Cup. Connor Bell, Tom Wedgwood and Bradley Philpott. What a performance from those three drivers. Let's see if we can get them all in here, or at least a couple of them in here, because that's a fantastic performance from those guys. If I can get Chris on that and read you through the rest of the order, because NRG Racing coming through, Maggots and Beckett's in a fantastic second place, and you know they have really taken the fight to what is a professional esports and real life racing team in this race. And for me, that is just a monumental effort, and the honorary victors of this one. But second place overall is going to go to Brian Boomsma, Sam Vima and Luca Harrison in the NRG Racing Porsche. Behind them, and do you know what? It's not over for the battle on the podium as well, because look how close those Marlin Motorsport cars are as well. Maybe going for the photo finish here, but as it has been all race long, the two Marlin Motorsport cars are going to come across the line side by side. It is indeed the photo finish for these guys. It's the yellow crew, Andy Flagg and Alexander. No, at the final corner, I think Dobertsberger's just pipped him at the line. Dobertsberger and Drillsma take the place on the podium with the photo finish away from Andy Flagg and Stephen Williams. I wonder if that was meant to happen, but we've got the winning crew in with us now. Butler Powell Motorsport, congratulations to the three of you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Is Tom in here? I can't even tell. But yeah, thanks, guys.
So.
Your commentary was awesome. We've been trying to keep track of it during the stream, and I've been like broadcasting some of it on my stream. But yeah, it was good fun, and I don't think anything went particularly wrong for us, did it, Connor?
No, smooth sailing most of the way.
We even had time at the end there to attempt to fastest lap. We changed tyres when we didn't need to, and Connor went really slowly to try and preserve the tyres all the way through that final stint, and then went for it at the end. He managed a 59.9, but not quite quick enough to go for fastest.
Well, a fantastic job done by all of you. Did you ever think at any point it might be in doubt, Brad, maybe in the early stages when you were battling away and banging wheels with Luca Harrison?
So it's always in doubt potentially if there's an accident. You know, an accident could have put us down second or third in this race. You know, we only won by just over a minute or so. So anything that takes you a minute to get back to the pits, for example, that can be race ending effectively. But I just wanted it to settle down and see how it shook out as everyone's strategy unfolded and as everyone cycled through their drivers. So I was pretty confident that our three drivers would be consistently strong all the way through. None of us were really slower than any of the others, so that's why it was quite nice for us.
Well, fantastic job, guys, and so we'll leave you to your celebrations, but you are the victors of the Marlin Memorial Cup. Congratulations once again.
Thanks, commentary team.